Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I actually forgot my glasses. Give me a second, actually. I was sitting here for the countdown to go away for like I don't know, like a minute or two. I could have got my glasses beforehand, but I just didn't think about it. Didn't think about the necessity of it. Um. Okay. So before I like fully get into like what we're gonna do today, I think let's first say just hello. So hello everybody. I'm glad you're here. I hope your week so far, or well, your weekend, since it's Monday, your weekend has been good. We're able to rest and sort of get ready or feel ready for the upcoming week. Um, and if not, we can talk about it today. But yeah, hi everybody, and hi pandas. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. You said like last was Thursday, right? Yeah. Wait. Yeah, yeah. You weren't able to like sleep properly? Or like your sleep rhythm was just like really off. So I hope that's better now. So so today we don't have like a like the like a specific topic we set our minds to on like Thursday of like the last week. Because of that, we sort of have like multiple choices here. Um and I'm just gonna like I'm always sort of like noting down like topics for like podcasts. But like all of them are definitely also topics which like work in stream. And they're like, I don't know, like I can't make as many podcasts. So essentially we have to tackle some of those in stream. So it's always perfect if why? Oh, now we're back. Okay, so that's fun. Anyways, so yeah, I guess it works. Um, so some of the topics I have here is like so we have some topics which are more in terms of like actually like psychology, mental health direction, and then we have some topics which go more into the like philosophical direction, I guess. Um, which definitely like can have something to do with mental health, but it always like depends on like if it like touches on like your worldview sort of. So more of the like philosophical topics, I guess, um is like talking just about how um yeah, how like money is influencing us, and how money maybe sometimes is even like suppressing us, or like I guess for a lot of people is, or like missing money is like holding us back, but also just about like how our world sort of works with evolving around money, because I feel like this can like a lot of the time has something to do with mental health because of just like that like we really want to do something but we don't because it costs too much, or we I don't know like feel guilty for buying something, or we feel guilty for spending something, or that we like push ourselves to work more than we usually would, just because we need that money and stuff like this. So I feel like money is like, because our world like really evolves around money, it's just a thing which influences us in a lot of ways. And I feel like sometimes when we don't like think about it actively, it can like really influence us in like a way where we don't like notice the side effects of it, I guess. So that's why like I feel like money and how money influences us could be an amazing topic. The next topic we sort of have as an option is sort of like nature, like how sentient actually sort of like our nature is, like how our planet works, like what we know really about nature and stuff like this. Um, so I don't know, because there's just been some like new, I guess like yeah, some new science showing us that, for example, like plants actually like make noises and sort of like warn each other from stuff. So like this is really interesting. Also, if you look, for example, at like networks like fungi, um, it's I don't know, like there's a lot of things we know and a lot of things we don't know. And I don't know, I feel like this could be like a really, really nice discussion, sort of, on like different opinions and stuff like this. And sort of to just get like a little bit of this message back of like how connected we might are to nature. And it might be more than we think, and also how connected nature is, and how we influence nature, how nature influences us, stuff like this. Um, and hi, Fluffy. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. So, topic number 3 we have as option. Um, oh, this one we talked about already. Okay. I guess I actually, so this is more of like a practical thing, but it could still be interesting. It's like how to sort of like what to learn to protect yourself, like how protecting yourself actually works, what works best, and sort of like going in that direction, and then also like connecting it a little bit to like what we fear, what fears might actually be fears which should push us to learn some protection styles, and what fears might be fears which we should rather learn to like overcome because they don't help us in any capacity. So topic number 4 is did we talk about this already, to like sort of like that much that we don't need to talk about it in this stream? I'm just gonna tell you and then like you can decide. So topic number 4, I think we were at, it's like victim mindset, and how it's like sort of like a lack of confidence and insecurity can actually turn abusive. Also from the like we can also talk about like from the perspective of the victim in that moment. Because I feel like there is like if you are a person with a victim mindset, it's actually like sort of low-key hard to understand or get the insight even that you are abusive, because you think everybody else is abusive, right? So sort of like to talk about both sides of this. Then game theories. Game theories have actually a lot to do with our life. So diving a little bit into game theories could be really interesting. Also just we have talked about this in stream, I think, but it's been like already weeks ago. Sort of like how to have fun in games, like how to do gaming as a hobby, right? Because gaming as a hobby, I feel like is a lot of the time really connected to this sense of like to this like competitive drive. And I feel like it's way too common that we just sort of like jokingly say that gaming isn't fun. Well, it is something we do in our free time, and it should be fun. So just sort of like to go into this discussion of like, okay, like how we use this hobby as like a positive hobby. Like, how do we use this in a way where it serves us and serves the purpose it has of like us being able to relax, have fun, connect, rest sort of in our free time, instead of being a hobby which is driving us crazy and is making us tilted as fuck. So then topic number, I don't know, like I think we're at 6 or something. But we talked about this recently, so I don't know if it like if you're interested too much in it. But just sort of like what I learned about mental stability, we touched on this in like the last couple of streams, that it has like a lot of to do with like energy management, and especially like preventative energy management, um, and like planning a lot of buffers and stuff like this. Then like different types of rest and needs. We talked about this quite a lot in stream already, but it was also a couple of weeks ago, so it might be interesting again. Then like social media, we talked about this I think like 2 streams ago or something, and how it's, yeah, sort of by design a shitty concept. um, and also like how it has to do with like body dysmorphia and like any other thing in that direction that's like also connecting to the social media topic. Oh, then we have a really interesting topic, which is depression and grandiosity. Like I don't know if you heard about these terms in connection to each other, but depression and grandiosity is like a really interesting concept. I've read in, ooh, in which book did I read this? Uh, I Yeah, yeah. It was in the Drama of the Gifted Child book. And depression and grandiosity is not only a term I read there, but I also actually had in therapy. Um, and it is essentially describing this describing mental instability. Because mental instability is essentially always switching, or like for a lot of people, it's switching between depression and grandiosity. So you have some moments where you think you're like on top of the world and you're like so amazing, and then in the next moment you hate yourself and think you don't deserve to live. And I feel like the concept of this, going in sort of like more in depth about this, could be like really really interesting. Um, yeah. I feel like these are like low key all of them. Um all of the topics like which are good for a stream setting, I think. So you know now. And if you're interested in any of these topics, like let me know for this stream specifically. But as always, we we talk about like everything which sort of like is important to you guys at the moment. This is just something which can like give us an idea um to, I guess, like fill the silence if there is any at some point. Yeah. Ooh, 10 stream streak. Let's go, Fluffy. I actually, I think you see that our stream today is actually the 18th. Um, because so I was counting the mental health streams we had, and it's like it's honestly hard to sort of like pick a specific number or a specific starting point, because we did have some streams where we like gamed first and then only talked about mental health, and it was only like for like an hour or two. Um, but I just sort of like to make it like the easiest, I guess. I just sort of picked the VODs we have on like, I like reposted on YouTube, because I was like, if I have made a VOD, because it's that, like, because we talked like that much about it, that's considered like a mental health talk for me. So with this we had 17 and today's our 18th. So yeah, you've been there half of the time is what I'm saying, like more than half of the time. Yeah, like I feel like the definitely like some of the first ones didn't have like the proper schedule. The schedule we started with, I can actually like look this up. Um, so this schedule we started after the first uh, four. Wait, like so one, two. No, after the first five, we started the schedule properly. Because we started the schedule in like the beginning of October. So like the first full week of October. And so now we are essentially with this, like when we finish this week, we have had this schedule for 2 months now. So, and it actually like it always worked out. Except that moment when I was like sick and my sister was over. But yeah. Okay. Almost ruined my streak there, not gonna lie. Oh, why? Were you like on the day where I was like sick? Wouldn't you have like wouldn't you been able to come and that it was like good that I was sick? But like if I wouldn't have been sick, it would have ruined your streak? Or the other way around, that because you got like sort of unsure about the schedule, you maybe wouldn't have made it to like the next stream on like Thursday. I was like, did I just didn't get the notification or something? What happens time to time for me? But yeah, it was confusing. Ah, yeah. Well, that's fine though. But it's cute that the stream matters in this way. All right. So let's first start, I guess, with just a regular mental health check-in and then see where we go from this. What do you think, guys? Is that a good idea? I really need to put like WD-40. I don't know how you say it in like English, but like this like grease spray on my chair because it's creaking the entire time. every centimeter I move, and the chair's like. Can't stand it. I can also start with the mental health checking again, if you prefer that more. Or we just like start right into it with one of the like bigger topics. Oh, by the way, I want to say this real quick. Sorry for like not properly communicating why I don't go into your message pandas with their cut out money and you still have the same issues. Because I should have just like said this like sort of like clearly. But yeah, I didn't want to like get into it because we didn't like necessarily like pick this as our topic yet. So I don't want to like um get like sidetracked into a topic, you know? Like if we talk about one of them, I want to do it in a way where like we picked it, we had time for this and stuff like this. And since like at that point you didn't even know about the other topics because I was just going through the list, I was like, okay, let's put that on hold actually and see if we ever like if we even like feel like this is the topic we want to talk about and like spend time on after we like went through the entire list. But I should have just like I don't know, I forgot to say this. So we have lists. Ah, yeah. There's not like you don't have the list. I have the list, right? So these were like the topics I was like sort of like explaining you about. To yeah give options for the stream if we want to talk about like something specific of that. If something specific of that is like interesting to you guys, yeah. So I have the list. But it's not like we don't have to like go through the entire list in the stream. Like this is not what I meant. Like I sort of expect us to like, I don't know, like get around to like one topic next to the like regular mental health check-ins and topics which just like come up by us talking about stuff. But yeah, so do we want to start with the mental health check-in, Fluffy? You want to dive into it? Or no? This is nice. I'm gonna quickly write something down while you think about this. Because I just remembered something. Okay. It's always hard to tell if you're already like getting into the mental health check-in and are already like typing and doing like a long message, or if you just like don't feel like it and then like don't type. Because it's like for me, it's just like silence until there comes a message, right? So it's like an odd situation where I'm like, either I feel the silence now, or and then like it may be like I might fill the silence with something I have to stop and like pause, or I'm like not filling the silence in a way, but if there's nothing coming, then it's awkward. Like that's honestly I feel like this is one of the like hardest parts to do this like mental health thing, like not in person, but yeah, like without seeing each other. Because it's just yeah, because I don't like see if you're sort of like thinking. or if you're like ignoring it. So I don't know. That's like really, I don't know, really weird situation. It's definitely also a part why talking in voice chat is better. That's true. But I feel like at the same time in voice chat, what I noticed is like um it's it's sort of hard to incorporate chat while I am in voice chat with somebody. So it's like hard to combine, I feel like. And at the same time I feel like sometimes because it's in chat, it's actually like sort of giving people the opportunity to like, or like not giving the opportunity, but actually like just naturally sort of making that people like think about their words and just put it like, I don't know, like that they don't get sidetracked and that it's like sort of like actually like really describing what they want to say. Um, because I feel like we pandas have been getting sidetracked in voice chat like the entire time. Um, so that's why I sort of like, I don't know, like I didn't like find a solution yet to it. Um, to sort of like incorporate chat with voice chat and also like not getting too sidetracked in voice chat that you like and like get to the point at some point, you know? And also in voice chat it's still the case that you like don't see the other person. So it's like still low key like harder than like actually being in person with somebody because it's like a both of you to assume that such a mundane thing as texture will limit my ability of sidetracking everything. I mean, fair, but like on average, right? Because people like think about their words while typing them, it like takes, I don't know, it's just like it comes more natural to be like more streamlined. But yeah, definitely you can of course still get sidetracked in like text chat. But yeah, it's also just like this, yeah, this situation of like not knowing how to incorporate like text chat with voice chat. Um, yeah. But I did also like voice chat. Definitely. It's like it just gives you like a little bit more information than in text chat. Because you like you I guess like hear emotions more. Um but yeah. The other part is also that it made my like my sound quality shittier sadly. Um because of yeah, I don't know why. Like back in the day this setup like really worked like super well. And when I had like the mic here, like nothing essentially uh from the stereo boxes would get into my mic. But nowadays, this is just not the case anymore. Like my mic picks up like so much from the stereo boxes, and then we just have like double sound. And in order to not have double sound, I need to like up my noise gate like really high. And then like once I like go a little bit further away from the mic, like you essentially like can't hear me anymore. And it's so weird because if I go a little bit further away from the mic, I get like so much quieter. At the same time, when you guys are coming from like stereo sound, it's just it's like not like that. It's like way like it's louder on the mic. So I really don't like know what's going on there, and I just didn't have the like I didn't make it one of my priorities yet to sort of like get into it and like figure that out. So I was at my parents' house the last weekend, kind of feel helpless. I don't know how to navigate the decline of my father. It's kind of weird to see people slowly dying, even weirder if they are close to you. I wish I could change colors in people. Hard to wrap my head around this topic. Thinking every possibility through, etc. But nothing I would really want to talk about. Just my 2 cents for now. And this is really hard. I mean, especially if it's something which is just so obvious to you, right? Because I feel like that's sort of the blessing of like people like us who just and we don't say it and we can sort of like even if we probably know it too, it's something we can like easier ignore because we don't see it. Which for you just don't have that because you see it always. I'm really sorry, Fluffy. That's really hard. I hope you can still have some like good times and I don't know, like use the make some memories, you know. Man, this really sucks. This really sucks. I'm sorry for you. Man, this sucks ass. Like, the more I think about it, the more it sucks ass. Like, I honestly, like, I just. The more I sort of like imagine to be able to see that and it happening like to my mom, for example, it's just like the more it sucks ass. It's just ass. Yeah, that sucks. I'm really, really sorry, Fluffy. I hope you know that you can, like. We just found our people here, didn't we? Like the people who combat negative emotions with humor. And I like, in 1 second, like, this really big thing is happening in my life. And then everybody's like, okay. And then like the next we come up with this like really dark humor of like blah blah blah, whatever. Ha, yikes. Kick me. Mm. But I guess it's better coping than some other styles. Have you talked about this, by the way, with your dad? Or with your mom? Yeah, I kind of killed the vibe then when you just buy around foods for me. I'm fine. It's really sweet of you. But you don't have to worry about me. I'm like, this is definitely like, these are like huge feelings, you know? And like, I don't know, like, this honestly makes it so much like sadder to me. Um, but I'm fine being sad, if that makes sense. I don't feel bad about being sad. Does this make sense? I don't really know how to explain it, but it's like I don't regret to be sad. You know? Like I know that you like, yeah, this is why like it's hard to explain, like um definitely like in those moments I feel sad, and I am reminded of like my situation. I'm like empathizing with you, right? Where I'm just sort of like, I'm sad that I like can't take this away from you, or that I can't like actually help you with this, right? Like I can be here and listen, but it's just like I can't be like, let me take that weight off of you actually. Um and then of course like sort of knowing that you were like a little bit more isolated person, you know? Um a little more like guarded with your feelings. It's just like knowing that you probably mostly carry this for yourself is something which like worries me in that moment, of course. So there's like a lot of thoughts going on for sure, and a lot of these thoughts are not positive. Um but yeah, I don't regret feeling them. Like they're part of life, and in a way they're beautiful, no? Like I'm worrying for you because I like you, because I care about you. I'm worrying for my parents, and sort of like thinking to that situation how that would be, right? But also because I care about them. So I don't know, like I wouldn't feel like this if there wouldn't be a positive connection to those people, to you and my parents and like the world around me. Like if I would be disconnected, I wouldn't feel this. But I am connected, and I am maybe intensely connected even. And that's why I feel that. So I don't know. I don't regret feeling those feelings. I'm not like if I wouldn't want to talk about this, I would act different. Like if I wouldn't like to feel this way, I would act different. But it's okay to feel this way. And it doesn't mean I'm gonna have like a mental breakdown. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna have a shitty day, you know? So it's not something I need to get out of just like this. It's fine to feel that way. You know? I don't spiral to an unhealthy amount like back in the day anymore. I definitely I got into the situation more and more, but it's like I know now how to step out of it. And I also know that if I went all the way, like how to regulate myself again. So don't worry about me. But I also get that it can be uncomfortable for you to maybe see these emotions in me, because they maybe remind you of like the emotions you have, no? And then it's harder to push it away, maybe. Or what do you think? By the way, you're like invited as always to be really honest about this. Like if you like, I don't know, like if you don't believe me, you can tell me. Like I'm up for a challenge. Don't worry. And I think it's like always beneficial. Like I feel like some of the most like actually maybe like most insightful moments were moments where I didn't believe my therapist. Not saying I'm a therapist here, but it were moments where like where there was sort of like a harder wall, I guess. And by sort of talking about how I don't believe this, there was space to talk about it at all. I think the brain is fantastic. If your mind is on one topic, you see it everywhere. Now I only see death creeping in, and I was on a full train the last days, so I try to keep everything to myself. Don't focus too much, otherwise I would explode or something. Let me read that again. I think the brain is fantastic, and your mind is one topic. If your mind is on one topic, see it everywhere. Yeah, now I only see death creeping in, probably from like all places. Yeah, and I was on a full train the last days. Yeah, so I try to keep everything to myself. Don't focus too much, otherwise I would explode or something. Yeah. I think there's a very common like safety sort of measure, right? Like I don't think like I think coping is like there for something. Like right? Like, I feel like coping is, I don't know, I feel like sometimes we feel like, oh, coping is like always good, and that's not true. But I feel like sometimes we also think coping is always bad, and that's also not true. So I don't know. I understand what you mean, and it's fine. We don't have to, get into these thoughts too much. But I feel like in this moment, you can. It's like easier for me to understand, or like I'm faster to, I guess, like help you or assist you, because your situation is like sort of special, right? Because you can also see it in me. So like only me feeling something is also confronting your, like, I guess, your pause on this, right? Because you can't really pause on it when you see like the colors all over me. So in these moments, what you can do to sort of like get more space from me as well. And I also will try to keep that in mind, considering you said you don't really want to talk about it. So I'm also gonna like try to keep in mind how my feelings in that moment sort of show, I guess, or might show. But yeah, like if it's too much, just, I don't know, you can tell me like, hey, Craig, like I need you to like tune it down, like mute your colors, please. It's like I can't see this right now, you know. Eat my brownie. Hello, Alex. How are you doing? And welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing fine. We're the moments in a talk with, well, I guess we're like sort of like nearly maybe done with that topic because we didn't want to get too much into it. The only thing I guess I still want to say is that I hope you know that our community can be used as a resource here. Like not only to like find people to play with, but and just like cope while gaming, right? But also to find people to talk to, and that you can also always text me. If it's getting a little much. So if we can like support you in any way through this, Fluffy, then we definitely want to, okay? So don't shy away from asking for support with this. If you want, we can like after the stream today, just like on the Discord, we can play a few League games. Maybe talk. We don't need to talk. We can also just play a few League games. If you want to. Just let me know. Oh no, Alex, you have COVID with pneumonia. Jesus Christ. So I'm in my bed and watching Twitch. Oh, since when are you sick? Like, are you already on the like getting better path, or are you still sort of expecting it to get worse? You're getting better? All right. That's good. That's really good. I'm glad. I mean, COVID with jeez, pneumonia. Um, I don't necessarily know how much worse it is than COVID, but I know like pneumonia is like something with the Jesus Christ, something with the lung, right? So it's probably like a lot worse. Don't know how anyone could support me with that. I have to go to work in half an hour, and after that, I have uni stuff to do. If you're free like 10 p.m., we can go for sure. Okay, 10 p.m. is tough. I'm gonna be honest. Um, would it be like at actually like 10 or like after 10? Somewhere after 10. But 10 is like really late. Is lung inflammation? You're in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, visiting the city and the air here is. Ooh, okay. Are you like, do you live in Uzbekistan, or like, are you like actually on like holidays, like outside of your, like, like internationally? And now you just chill in your hotel or something and are sick? So actually be 10 p.m. or later. Hmm. Okay, so 10 p.m. or later is tough. Um, Let me think about this, okay? Like, I'm gonna text you if I manage, but I need to sort of like check in with Zach if that would be fine. Because Zach is like, I don't know, having like a little bit of a hard time right now. Um, he still didn't like properly start with taking like vitamin D and stuff. So he's still like winter like sort of depression came back a little bit. Um, yeah. It's just one of those things where I'm like, I guess it also like really depends on like how important it is to you, right? And then like how much or like how much it would like mean to. Because if I would know this like would mean like a lot to you, right? And this would help you a lot, um, then I would like no questions asked, make the time. But I don't know, I don't get the feeling of that like too much so far. So I'm more like, okay, like it would be nice, I guess. But it's more of a thing where like I think it would be useful. And I don't really know if you think that would be nice. um, or helpful or supporting or whatever. So it's like I guess definitely it's a different calculation in that. Um, but if it's like only sort of like changing my routine a little bit, and apart from that, it's like, I don't know, like not changing much, then yeah, like I'm gonna try. But if it would take anything and sort of like throw it out of the ordinary, um, I guess then I would be like, okay, let's find like a different day. But actually, we can already talk about a different day. How is Wednesday for you? Just like maybe like extra even. So you're visiting Tashkent. I'm in a hotel. I live in Almaty, Kazakhstan. Oh no, man, that sucks, Alex. I'm really sorry for you. That's so annoying. Like being sick and being sick like that on holidays really is annoying. I mean, to be fair, at least, like, I guess being sick in a hotel room can be kind of nice. If the hotel room is kind of nice. All depends on the hotel room. Where I live in the Netherlands. I'm German, so I lived in Germany for, I know, 21 years or something. And then a couple of years ago, I moved to the Netherlands. So right now I live in the Netherlands. But it still might change because, I don't know, I'm just a adventurous person. I'm not really adventurous, but I don't know. I guess I'm like adventurous in a weird way. I am not on a regular basis adventurous, but I like me moving the country is like it's a 50-50. So yeah. But when you have to go back home, by the way, like when do you have to be on a health level where you can actually make the trip back home? And how long is it to get home? Okay. Okay, that's good to know, Fluffy. So how's Wednesday for you? Because Tuesday I have a bunch going on. I have like multiple appointments. But Wednesday, I'm like that would I could actually like if I know like today, I could probably make like any time. So because I do have some things planned, but all of them are like I can put them in like different time slots, I guess. You have long days right now, Fluffy. Is that right? Like today you're home at like 9:30, and on Wednesday at 7. Like 7 is also like it's not like really long, but it's a bit longer. You plan on going home this weekend? It's a 1.5 hour flight. The differences between Germany and Netherlands. Oh, 1.5 hour flight. But it's not only the flight, right? It's like going to the airport, coming back from the airport, like all of that stuff too. So how healthy do we expect to be this weekend? Like, is it something, or like, let me ask it differently. Like, is the flight something where you're like dreadfully looking forward to it? And I'm like, yeah, I want to be home, but like, also, fuck, this seems really exhausting. And like, I hope I'm gonna be able to make it. Or is it more like a thing where you're like, yeah, I'm gonna be like healthy to like sort of already. Like, it's gonna be fine. I don't have pauses, haven't I told you that? I didn't think it was quite so literally. um, but yeah, okay, Wednesday at 7. Yeah, let's do Wednesday at 7. I'm putting it in my calendar just so you know, by the way. Okay. So, with the differences between Germany and Netherlands. Oof. So in Germany, car culture is a lot. So like everybody has a car. Public transport is garbage, except for like bigger cities. But even in bigger cities, it's not like perfect. But like if you live anywhere else than in a bigger city, or if you just have like your parents live somewhere else, you probably will have a car. And you go like everywhere by car essentially. Like the whole city, like how the city's working is like made for cars. Um, which in the Netherlands is entirely different. So in the Netherlands, like public transport is way better, and people cycle usually to like all places. And people do have cars, but definitely not everybody, and usually only people who need it for their jobs, because they have a job where they like have to go to clients or something, and don't just like go to their like workplace and back. Um, And yeah, there's a lot of people who like don't have any cars at all, who just go like everywhere by bicycle because they like live close to the train station, or they like live close to a bigger city and stuff like this. But like yeah, like public transport is like so much better. Um, I feel like Dutch people on average are happier than German people. I feel like in Germany we have sort of like a culture of complaining, and um, yeah, I feel like complaining is low-key like a love language in Germany. Whereas here in the Netherlands, this is like complaining is not like unknown to them or something. But I just feel like in terms to Germany, it's like in Germany you have way more people who like really love rules and are like will call the cops on you if you do something, like if you park in a place where you like shouldn't park, even if it's like I don't know, like if it doesn't bother them personally. It's like you have this like granny looking out of the window and she's gonna call the cops on you. You also have like granny screaming out of the window that you should shut up if you're a kid like playing on the street. So like this is sort of like this happens like there's not only these people in Germany, right? But I feel like these people are like more in Germany than in the Netherlands. Like, I feel like in the Netherlands like people are on average like happier and more like yeah, live your life, let other people live their lives. Um and yeah, I don't know, like international cuisine is a big thing here. Like there's a lot of restaurants with international cuisine. Because the Netherlands, like the Dutch people invaded like Loki everybody. So in Germany, there's like if you live like somewhere like in the south on like the like in like a tiny city, you probably have like one Asian restaurant and that's it. While here you actually I don't really know. Um, I feel like you'll have more, but I actually don't really know because here I live in a small town, but it's like close to a big city, so it doesn't really count. Yes, I'm actually not sure, but we have like a lot of Asian supermarkets, which doesn't like don't really existed where I lived in Germany back then. But yeah, it's not like a equal comparison from where the cities are. Yeah. Tomorrow your day is from like 8 to 11. Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow, like, it does, like, when you say like this, like, it sounds like way better. But yeah, I don't think tomorrow is like a good idea for me. Like, I will have therapy, and the therapy is gonna be hard. Like, I'm gonna do like, uh, how's it called? Um, emotional reduction. No, wait. I don't know. I'm just gonna do exposure therapy. So I'm gonna be like done, and then I also have like an allergy doctor's appointment, which is gonna suck. So I'm definitely like tomorrow. I think I'm like low key like just gonna die. Yeah. Like I'm trying to like really get ready for it, but I don't like, I don't know, like maybe exposure therapy is actually not gonna be as like bad as I think it's gonna be, but I just expect it to be like super tough. And then also I yeah, I have this like allergy doctor's appointment like right after. So it's like I don't have much like time to like calm down. And I also don't know how long the doctor's appointments take, so yeah. I don't know, just a lot of stuff. But yeah. So Wednesday at 7. I put it in like both my calendars, so I'm gonna be there. So you hope you will be healthy because you have normal temperature. Eat normally and the symptoms gradually go away. That's nice. That's nice. I hope with you. I feel like flying while sick is gonna be really annoying. But yeah, I hope with you. But I mean, to be honest, that you like already have like normal temperature, that you eat normally, it's like a good sign, right? Like it's Monday, you've planned to fly on the weekend. Like this is seems good. But how's your mental health doing, Alex, with being sick on vacation now? Like I'm sure you planned something different. And probably you also don't have like too many vacation days, right, from your like normal job. So how does that influence you? I take antidepressants. That's all okay. How do you feel with antidepressants, by the way? We like last stream, I think, or the day before, or the stream before. I'm not entirely sure. But in one of the last streams, we actually talked about antidepressants, and I don't know, like there, like my personal experiences with antidepressants were shit, and I don't know. We definitely like the more common, I guess, like opinion was like, doesn't, I don't know, like not really nice. So, how's your experience? Like, do you have a good experience with antidepressants? Oh, nice. Okay. So, how does it like? Do you want to share how it feels, or like how it helps you? And also, by any chance, like, so I like put this in like sort of like a note in my head, more detailed. Do you have like tricyclic ones, or do you have like I know the regular like the others? I know there's like tricyclic ones, and then there's the usual ones. I don't know. So which ones do you have? Oh, so sweet of you. I appreciate it. And I have not heard of that one actually. Hmm. It's an SSRI one, so not a tricyclic one. Interesting, okay. So you just worry less? So like less overthinking, less anxiety? Do you know if you take like a low dosage or like a high dosage? And do you want to, like, you can, by the way, like, with all of these questions and with everything in the stream, of course, you can always say, like, you don't want to talk about it, you don't want to share, um, or like any of that. Like, if any of these questions go sort of like too far, too in detail, or it's just something where you like don't feel comfortable with sharing them, then just say that, okay? It's, I don't know, like, it's definitely like it's always fine and encouraged to say no. Just making sure you're aware. Medium dosage. Hmm. Do you have any sort of like negative side effects? Because I personally, but I was taking the tricyclic ones. Um, I had like, I don't know, I had like so many side effects. Like I really felt like so tired and sleepy, exhausted. I had like less appetite and I felt like, I don't know, I didn't feel like things were as much fun as they were before. And I really like, I felt like I'm lacking empathy even. Like I felt like I'm a worse person. I don't know why, but it's, damn. That's awesome. Like that's awesome for you, Alex. Honestly. Like I'm so glad you have a good experience and don't have any side effects. Because like yeah, like I know, like for me this was like so much different. So good for you. Are you also in like therapy as well to sort of like work on yeah, whatever is sort of like taking you to depression? And hello Irfan, welcome back. How you doing? How have you been since last time? Just give me a second. I quickly need to. Ah, I heard my phone like vibrating with like a notification. I naively expected it would be something important, but it was like some app which I haven't. How you say this? I haven't denied them the notification rights yet. Really beginner mistake. Mm. You're good? I'm glad. Mm, s- I'm I'm sort of trying to remember the last time we talked, Irfan, and how you've been when like the last time we talked. Um, but I don't know, like the last week, so much has happened. It feels so far away. Like usually I remember like low key the conversations. So, but if you give me a hint, I will definitely remember again. If you can give me a hint. I don't know if you remember. But that's why I'm asking, like, if you could give me a hint, that would probably like instantly bring back my memory. But yeah, I just did too much the last week. No, I don't do talk therapy. Maybe I need to though. Huh, okay, that's interesting. I so like I don't know, like don't hopefully you don't mind me asking because to me I usually like I thought that you always need to like like because antidepressants is something you get from a therapist, right? Like at least like here in the Netherlands, it's like antidepressants are something you get from a like a psychiatrist or like a therapist. Depending on like the like you can't get it from like any therapist, but like you know like from the like higher up ones, but usually like a psychiatrist. Um, so it's like how did you get to the point of getting the antidepressants if you don't if you've never been in therapy? Like how does that work? Like is the system different where you live? Because I personally have thought that antidepressants or like the way I sort of like have seen antidepressants being used in the Dutch system is that they're always sort of like a bridge until you like resolve it with regular therapy because they're not something you want to like take for like longer than you need to. But I have definitely like heard of cases, usually like from America, but I mean, I don't know, like America is also just like a really big country, right? So obviously there's more cases there. But I have had heard of cases there where like antidepressants are sort of like yeah, like given out as sort of like a fix of depression, where it's like the antidepressant's not like fixing depression, right? It's just it's sort of like putting on like a it's not like killing the issue at the root type situation. But it's more treating it like a disease where I do believe like I guess it like sort of depends on like who you talk to, right? And definitely also depends on like the person because I heard that like some people actually can just be depressive because they like lack certain like I think hormones. But for most people it's just because of like some like emotional root which then is resolved in therapy while you take antidepressants. And like at some point where you have like resolved this, you get off of the antidepressants and then like hopefully like manage on your own again. So how did that process work for you? Because yeah, I don't know, like for me, like it made so much sense, right? Because also like from the experience I heard from antidepressants, it was there were always like side effects. Like for me, like huge side effects where like nobody's taking this like like nilly willy, just like out of free will for like longer than they need to. But yeah, I mean fair. Like if it works that well for you, it's like damn. Like you there's no like motivation just like out of nowhere, right? To like get off of them again because like there's no side effects. um. Oh, true. They talk about unconditional love. Yeah, and like how we sort of like we actually were discussing with unconditional love with like letting we were having like a slide like yeah I don't even I don't entirely know but like I guess like a misunderstanding you could say about how um like not reciprocated love is like good or bad I guess where we then in essence afterwards like all came to the conclusion that it's like it can be like a really it's a really like helpful thing to sort of get over a love and like, yeah, essentially like to be rejected and sort of like get over it, because it can like teach you a lot about yourself and you can learn a lot. And then yeah, but not, and this was the misunderstanding we had, not like stick to it, but actually like get over it, because that was the part where I feel like we sort of like split up in the conversation. um, because I was like, oh, like not reciprocated love, like always bad. Like if you like keep that shit and like don't get over it, ooh. And uh, yeah, in the end, we like both meant to like get over it. So, but we also like we talked about this because you wanted to talk to a friend, right? So, how did that go? Like, did you end up doing it? Well, I had a crisis in life and got antidepressants prescribed to me. I recover now, started to work, etc., and I plan to finish the course of antidepressants soon. Okay. But that means your trail, like your sort of progress or path of recovery is just taking the antidepressants, no? Because because you are not in like any like therapy, no? Like I'm sorry if these questions seem like um a bit like doubling up on questions we had before, but I really just want to make clear that I understand you correctly. Um, since we live in like different systems, right? So like the system in the Netherlands just like works way different. And I don't want to end up assuming uh, anything like wrong about a different country. Okay. Hmm. It's like, to me, that actually is a little bit like a worrying. Like, I'm not a mental health professional. So, like, it's like there might be like absolutely nothing wrong with that right now. Like, that is just to clarify on this. But it's just, to me personally, it's like, I sort of wonder and worry a little bit if the if you have like sort of like actually like overcome the crisis then, because if the only thing making you overcome that crisis is the antidepressants, then once you get like off of them, it's going to get worse again, no? So I'm sort of like, is that what's going to happen? Or like, is it really like a crisis where like once you like sort of like get back into your life, it's like resolved sort of. Um and you just needed that like starting sort of like motivation. But yeah, I just sort of like I really hope the like root cause is actually like tackled before you get out of like off of the antidepressants, because otherwise like the whole thing is gonna start again, no? Yeah, I haven't told her yet because I didn't get to meet her yet. Waiting for a response. I asked her if we can meet sometime. I want to talk to you. Okay. Do you think it's taking longer with her response than usually? Because like sometimes people get like really, I don't know, like really scared, right? If people say like, I need to talk to you. It's like there's like so many like memes about it and like TikToks, right? Because it's like one of those things like, I don't know. which in our, I feel like weirdly in our culture is getting so much of this like side note of like doom is coming. Hello, Wolves of World. Oh, why did I read that off? Wolves World. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I hope not. This crisis was due to the uncertain situation in my life. I didn't sleep properly, worried a lot, etc. Now I'm in a more stable life situation. Okay. Is it sort of okay when I like sort of like ask a few questions to get like a clearer picture of this? Like do you think that could maybe like help you too? Just from my like point of perspective, like having gone through like therapy and like antidepressants and stuff like this. To sort of, I don't know, like maybe I can like, I don't know, like pinpoint some markers here which give you some guidance or whatever. Let's see where we get. Okay. So to me, I feel like figuring out if the problem was actually like is now done when you get off the antidepressants or isn't, and you should get actual therapy first, maybe. I feel like it's a really important one, right? And I feel like the way I would go about this is sort of like try to figure out, okay, like what aspects of your life brought you to this crisis? What aspects of your life are now helping you to not be in that crisis anymore? And which of these are possible effects by the medication only? And which of these are actually like effects which won't leave you once the medication leaves you? So if you say it was due to the uncertain situation in my life, that like doesn't like entirely tell me if it's something which is like over or if it's maybe because of the following symptoms you say, right? Because you, for example, you say like you didn't sleep properly and you worried a lot, etc., which to me sounds like sort of like stress, anxiety, overthinking. So stress, anxiety, overthinking are definitely things which like affects by antidepressants. So like if you don't take like if you haven't resolved the issue, why you have been stressing, overthinking, worrying, or if it's just like a thing where like you are just an anxious person, so it's also not resolved, right? It's a thing where I personally would expect that if you stop the medication, you will again worry, be anxious, and like maybe not sleep properly. And this doesn't need to be like this, right? There's definitely the possibility that because you haven't worried and like slept properly and like all of this, right? That you now sort of like trained the habit into. Man. So, okay, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. I noticed, but I noticed way too late, I think. Um, so the last sort of like few seconds I was saying. Like, I hope everything before that you got. And if this doesn't make sense to you, then let me know, because then you apparently didn't get the part before. But what I'm essentially meaning is, like, there's still a possibility that just by taking the, like, antidepressants, you sort of got out of this habit of, like, expecting worse from the world, and now have sort of trained that, like, the world is actually sort of safe, and, like, you're like, you don't need to worry and stuff like this. So it can actually mean that you just now get out of it, and, like you just stop the medication, and this, like, I guess, like, these positive thoughts are so trained into you that you just, it's like fine. At the same time, usually, like, it means that you stop the medication, like, slowly, because if you stop the medication, like, not slowly, you will probably have, like, a sort of withdrawal symptoms, which in essence can be depression. So, but yeah, like with sleeping properly and worrying, that's definitely symptoms of, like, stress, anxiety, overthinking, which are all symptoms which get less by taking antidepressants. So if these symptoms weren't connected to a situation which is now gone, and therefore the reason you had those symptoms is gone, I would be worried that they come back if you just stop with the medication and don't have therapy to resolve those, like, the root cause of these symptoms. So definitely, like, give me feedback on, like, what do you think about this? Like, if you think there's a possibility. Oops world, existing in the abyss of nothingness. Ooh. Okay. How are you doing? Uh, yeah, I'm doing good. Ooh. I can't even really think about, like, how I'm doing, because I'm so taken aback by that statement, because I feel like existing in the abyss of nothingness really doesn't seem positive. Let's put it like that. So how do you feel? Like, how is your mental health? Like, are you at peace with existing in the abyss of nothingness, or is this definitely not something you enjoy? Because, like, some people are, like, nihilistic, right? Like, you never know. Yeah. So, and then coming back to Irfan, she said last week that I will let you know because she have to check her work schedule in the next 3 or 4 days. It's been 8 days. I'm not texting because I don't want to push her or make her feel pressured. She may also know what I'm going to say because I already told her before that I liked you. Okay. What a weird situation. How do you feel about it taking longer? Like what do you feel about this whole situation? Like, what would you do if, like, if you would know she would, like, react, like, positive to, like, anything you say, essentially, or if you could just, like, say whatever, like, what would you text her? I think that through the course of these months without fear, I've developed a habit of healthy interacting with the world. Okay. Do you think the reason for the fear is resolved too? And if it's something where like you've just been sort of like an anxious person before, and you think it's like it might be resolved because of this habit now, then you can also just like say that and be like, yeah, like I hope. All right. Well, I definitely hope it is like that, for sure. Um, so nice of you to go to work with me. Always fluffy. We would never leave you alone at work. I mean, you can't really do that to anybody. That would be like so mean. Um, okay. I feel like so. I'm sort of like really sorry if I made you worried or anything now, Alex. Um, if you are worried though, I feel like maybe bringing this up for a second with whoever is prescribing you these antidepressants and being like, hey, like I would like sort of like to get back into like stopping with those. But like how big do you think is the chance of like it sort of like coming back? Like do you like like do you think like talking therapy would be like really like is necessary or not? Like I feel like to like whoever medical professional is like prescribing you this medication, just sort of like getting their insight on this might just like be helpful, or at least sort of be could be like affirming to know, you know? And apart from that, I mean, you can always like when you notice like oh like if you're like because usually you don't stop with this medication from like one day to the next, right? Um, so if you like are stopping with that medication and it's like slowly you're stopping with that medication, right? And you notice it getting worse again, right? Like you can just like again talk to a mental like go back to a medical professional and be like, "Hi, brother or sister or they them." I thought about the they them for like brother and sister, comrade. I don't know. um, can we actually put a pause on this and like go up again? Like I like let's go back. Let me get that therapy real quick, and then we try this again, okay? So just yeah, so I feel like talking to the medical professional like in the first place, really nice to sort of like to know, right? To have like more information on this. Um and also to be informed like what might be in the cards for you. To sort of be able to plan with it, right? Like I feel like you might, for example, like not plan a holiday or like a really big birthday party when you know like okay, it might get worse. Or you might, if you notice, like, oh, I just feel like a little bit shitty, not be like, oh, this is just like a shitty day, whatever. But actually, like, have in mind, like, oh, okay, this could be because I'm getting off of the antidepressants. And, like, I should, like, talk, like, I should keep it in mind to see if it's, like, sticking around, if I need to talk to the medical professional again. Like, I feel like just having that information in the back of your head can really help you to make the right decisions for yourself. Um, and then definitely don't feel obliged because you said you wanted to like get off of the medication to pull through when you notice already it's getting like worse again. Like at the point where you notice like, oh, shite, right? Like go talk to them again and just say like, hey, can we like go back to the former dosage? let me get therapy. Like, let's do this a different way. So you don't have to like, start from zero again, but you can actually sort of apply the information you got, or the signals you got from your body, like right away. Oh my god, if today is fucked up, just give up. Not every day is savable. I actually I don't know which channel or whatever it is, but I've seen memes like this. And it's even like they were so good because it was like I think it was some type of video where like a where like a somebody like was reading these, which with like this, I don't know, with this accent of this like really wise like yeah, this is a stereotype, like really wise like Indian like guru, you know. um and it's, I don't know, it just made it so much funnier because like you didn't expect it at all, right? Like you heard this voice, and because it's like so like there's just that like guru voice, and I don't know, like probably like heavily influenced by like movies and series and whatever. But specifically like this voice was used for these. And then I like, like you looked through it and they're like, if today is fucked up, and then yeah, you just like expect like this motivational speech of like how you can make it work and whatever, and then like just give up. Not every day is savable, whatever. Like just go to sleep. Yeah, exactly. But I haven't seen newer videos of this. I mean, to be fair, like the amount of time I spend on like Instagram and social media right now is like 10 minutes. Like the algorithm would be like seriously good to anticipate what I want to see within 10 minutes. And it's not even usually, it's like 10 minutes of being in my stories and like uploading stories, because I want to like bring back a little bit of this like be real vibe uh to Instagram. So, if actually I have been carrying this for years and alone, so now I feel like I'm at the edge. I just want her to know that I still do love her a lot, and I don't want to change anything between us. And I don't expect anything from you. I cannot pretend like this anymore. I believe this will let me breathe again, and I will feel lighter. Now it feels like a storm, all emotions at once. Hmm. Why do you think it stuck around for so long? This like admiration and love for her. Why do you think you haven't been able to like get over it if there's no chance of it like ever being an option between you? By the way, Alex, you of course like you're not like obligated to say or anything, but just that I can like I don't know, like know how to sort of like talk to you. Like, is it I had to think about it, bro. Is it he, him, she, her, or they, them? Oh my god. I was like, he, her, no. He, him, right. This took a while. I felt like it probably wasn't that long in like in real life, but it just felt this long. Okay, him. Good to know. Because Alex in English, I think it's more like a boy name. But in German, it's actually like it can be a boy name, but it also like very often is a girl name. And then it's not Alex, but it's Alex. Alex. But you actually like you say the same for like the boys and the girl name. Yeah. It's actually really cool. Like I low key, I really like uh, uh how do you say like gender neutral. I was about to say genderless names, which doesn't make sense, but gender neutral names. Like the name I came up with for like if I were to ever have a child, which I probably won't, but or like I'm like maybe I'm gonna adopt a child and then it's like you can't really choose the name. Or can you? I'm not sure. Um anyways, far away. Um but already like years ago, like in school, which is like it's actually low-key concerning that I thought about having kids in school, like what the fuck. Um but I thought about this name, Sam. Like I would call my kid Sam. Because Sam can be a girl's name and a boy's name. So I was like, I just have one name. I already know the name of my kid, like the moment like they exist. And like I don't need to know the gender to know their name. Like I don't know. And I think Sam is like such a beautiful name. Wow. Like I genuinely really love that name. I do have names but never want kids. Yeah. I don't know, like thinking about names are really cool and interesting. Thinking about kids is exhausting. I guess it's like easier to think about kids if you don't um if you aren't as much of like a general caretaker. Like I feel like what we like it's like just a thought which came like up in my head right now because like you say that too and I feel like what we have in common is that we care for people we don't really know. Like we care a lot for people and we like don't really need to know them to actually care about them. Um and I feel like everything in life it's a balance, right? And because having a child is so much of caretaking, I feel like if you take care so much in your life already, you like don't have space to take or like you feel like you don't have space to take care of kids as well. But if you don't have this general sense for caretaking, you would probably feel like there is like a lack of this feeling because this feeling is giving you something too, right? In your life and that way you like I don't know, I guess like play more with the idea of having kids because you're like then I can take care of something or someone. Maybe? I don't know. Just sort of thing I thought about, I guess. Yeah, fun. By the way, did you hear my question? Just checking in. Like, don't want to rush you if you like already are answering. Just making sure there's it hasn't been lost to ads or whatever. Aw. Well, that's annoying. Also, I really don't know how to fix that for Fluffy now, because, like, I don't like saying every word twice won't fix it either. Oh my god. I wonder if there is a gender bias in prescribing antidepressants. Because we know of this gender bias which is making us believe that like women are like so much better in talking about their feelings, blah blah blah. And like men like aren't as emotional, as empathetic, whatever, blah 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 blah. Where I feel like if you believe in that, you could also believe that like therapy, like talking about it, isn't as helpful to men than to women, and therefore treat depression differently for women than for men, and could have this bias that you like take women to like talk about their problems and like really like, you know, like get that like root issue out of the way. Well, men, you just give like antidepressants and you're like, yeah, well, you're never going to talk about it anyway. Like, there's no point of like trying to treat the root issue. Like, either it's like going away or like, you know, whatever. Where it's like, I don't know if this is true, right? Because like for a bias to like sort of like reach into the like psychologist space, it definitely takes more than like for broad society, right? But it definitely does also reach into that space. So it's just one of those things where I'm like really like, I would really be interested to see statistics on this and to see a study on this. Because I could imagine that effect being there, but I don't know if it is, but it would really be, I don't know, it'd be good information to know if that effect is there or not. Okay. Don't worry. Like I really like, I don't want to stress anybody by just like asking if they got the question, but just because like I can't see you, right? It's like hard for me to know. It's, I don't know, like you guys can definitely help me with this, by the way. If you always like, if you all like make a habit out of like saying when you leave and stuff like this, and like saying when you have ads, saying when you come back, all of that, then I sort of like I like know that like you hear me, otherwise you would have said something. I think life kept me distracted for a long time. Hi, GeForce NL, by the way. Hello. How you doing? I think life kept me distracted for a long time. I got busy with work and stuff, but that doesn't mean healing. The feelings went quiet for a bit, and also maybe I didn't have a closer. Couldn't switch my feelings off. I think I was keeping myself distracted, which will make that go away, but no, those feelings never went away. Maybe that's the reason those feelings stuck with me for this long. I know what you mean. I think. Did it maybe also have to do with the fact that it's like a really uncomfortable situation, right? And you feel like you shouldn't have those emotions, and you try to suppress them and just ignore them. Because I feel like that can really sort of add to this of like not being able to work through them, but at the same time not being like fully aware of them the entire time. See you. All right, Alex. You get healthy soon. Like, good luck. I hope you're healthy this like weekend. And just know you're really welcome. Like, with like every mental health talk. Like, yeah, like this is our schedule to come by, and I would really love to hear from you how it like works out with like getting off the antidepressant, if it works out well. And just know you have support here and you have someone to talk to. But thank you for being here. It was a pleasure to talk to you. I think it was really interesting, and thank you for being so open about like all the questions. I feel like it was really insightful. And if you want to join the Discord, by the way, because we also have a Discord, then this would be the link. Bye. Have a beautiful rest of the day. I hope the symptoms aren't as bad. And definitely think about resting enough. Don't stay too long on Twitch and like social media. My psychiatrist straight up told me he handles the brain like a doctor would with every other organ and just prescribes medicine. Wow. Well, ooh, okay. Hmm. Okay. I don't know if that's right or wrong, right? Like, I do know that psychiatrists, like, just from the place they are in, the mental health sector, is like, they're, like, usually not the people, like, talking to people, right? Like, psychiatrists are the people, like prescribing meds and stuff. So it makes sense that they're more on the, like, prescribing meds side. But this is specifically also the reason why you don't usually talk to a psychiatrist, but you talk to a therapist, and then there's also a psychiatrist involved if it ever turns out that you need something. At least that's like how it worked for like in my like at the place I was at in therapy. This is how the psychiatrist was treated. And my psychiatrist definitely, like whenever like I came to her and I talked to her about things, like also for example with sleep medication and stuff, she was really, really transparent about the side effects this has, and was really transparent about, hey, this is not a long-term solution. Like any meds I will give you are not a long-term solution. Like this is, like, I hate to break it to you, if your sleeping sucks chronically, this will like, we can try this to see if it sort of resets something and then it gets better, sure. But after maximum, I don't know, I think it was like 3 weeks or something, or 2 weeks, you will have to stop this medication because otherwise you might be addicted, or like you might get addicted to it. So you, and like this and this and this are the side effects. Like, do you want to do it? Like, it might give you this, but it will like subtract from your life quality with this. Like, does it seem worth it to you? Like, she was really transparent about this, and I appreciated it a lot. So she wasn't a person who would just like give me meds the entire time, or like even try to give me meds the entire time. It was really a situation where I needed to like come to her and be like, hey, I would sort of like, I heard about meds for like sleeping better and like better sleep quality. Like, I would like to try them, or like I would like to inform myself sort of about them. So that's why I'm here. And at some point, she actually also was like, okay, I hear you. This is not a problem with meds, or you can fix long-term with meds. This is a problem you need to do exercise for. And like long-term exercise is gonna help you. So I really appreciated how she wasn't a person prescribing meds like candy. And I don't know, with every story I hear from you guys, I appreciate her even more. I don't know. You're doing okay? Oh, I'm glad. Is it better with the side effects of the meds you're taking, G-Force? Oh, you have to go now? All right. Bye, Fluffy. See you on Wednesday. And thank you for sharing today. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you told us. Oh yeah, sure. What did I specifically? Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if it's specifically the same. Yeah, I was asking if the side effects with your meds are better, because like the last time we talked, you had like huge side effects from your meds, and you said like they like don't like really change too much. So I sort of wanted to check in if that has gotten better or anything, or if it's just that that you found like new strength to battle this, or how I can like interpret that you're doing okay. There's actually a manual about coming of psychiatric, yeah, drugs for free available. Yeah, not entirely sure about this. I feel like it's like such an annoying situation, right? Like, I feel like I talked about this, like, actually, like the exact same difficult situation we had like a couple streams ago, where I'm like, this sounds great, but like the best option usually is really to talk to your personal doctor, because technically they have the best information to give you the best advice. But some doctors are trash, and then you have to figure it out on your own. So it's good that there is like a manual about coming off of the psychiatric drugs for free. And if you have a link to that, put it in the Discord. I will put it in the free resources spreadsheet I made. But it's definitely, again, something where I feel like reading through the manual, talking to your like medical professional, and then sort of like choosing for yourselves what seems best for you specifically is probably the best idea. But yeah, sadly, you can't entirely trust medical professionals a lot of the time. Like, there's really good doctors, but there's also really shitty ones. She's a really good friend of mine. Last time when I told her that I liked you, she listened to me and understood. So this time, also, she will understand me. I'm just being honest with her. That seems really good. So you don't worry that it like took longer. You're sort of like, yeah, like she will come back to me. Like, she's understanding. She will come back to me when she has time, and probably she's just like busy right now, and that's why it takes 8 days. Right? Like that's sort of what I'm getting from you here, Irfan. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Hello, White Milk. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How was your weekend? So, well, actually, I still have to get used to bad or mediocre days. But as it is right now, I never had such good medicines. I can even watch Netflix or regular TV because I have much more concentration now. Wasn't able to watch TV in this way 10 years. Damn. So, huge improvement. Yeah. So I'm really glad. So did you switch the meds you were taking then? Like, are these different meds than the last time we talked? Or did they just take sort of to like work properly? There's actually a guide how to come off psychiatric drugs for free available. Yeah, exactly. Like this guy, like if you have a link to that guide, can you send that on Discord? Just in a mental health channel, because then I can put it on the resource spreadsheet. But yeah, like this, that's what I was like talking about. It's like probably best to like read one of those guys, see like get the information from your doctor, and then like sort of like form your own opinion on this. Or maybe actually like read that guide first, then go to your doctor. If your doctor says like other stuff than in the guide, and sort of like question your doctor why that is the case to get even more information. I mean, it's been fine, but insomnia, oh. Even Ambien didn't help, but I've been doing fine. Can I put it in general English? Yeah, or in the mental health channel. Doesn't matter too much. But insomnia doesn't sound good. But you're doing fine. I mean, that's good. Because that really sounds exhausting. Like, I don't know, sometimes I have like really like bad sleeping problems as well. And it's just, it's draining so much energy out of you. It's really crazy. Like in those moments, you really realize like how important sleep is to like rest and everything. So are you like sort of like how you been able to manage? Like, is it just really exhausting, but you're sort of like pulling through and managing? Or have you actually found like ways how to get your rest otherwise and sort of like rest enough on the rest of the day? But I'm glad you're doing sort of fine for the circumstances. Now I'm just waiting for her response. It's been longer than usual because she was supposed to let me know in the same week, but it's more than a week and it's okay for me. She may be busy or didn't get time to respond. Yeah. All right. That's good. So let's see when she comes back to. I feel like if you ever get to the point where, like, because like next time we're gonna see each other is on Thursday, right? So like not like really like far away, but I just wanna like maybe if you can't make it on Thursday, I'm just gonna give that peace of mind right now. I feel like if ever the point comes where you like get a little bit doubtful, or like if she's gonna come back to you, or if there's like something going on here, um, just like yeah, talking about that transparently as well, and being like, hey, like you haven't forgotten me, right? Because that would be like really important, or like, hey, it's like everything fine because like you haven't gotten back to me now. It's like I don't know, definitely something which is okay to do, right? So just don't hold back on this. Because yeah, there's a lot of way how you can say that where it's like not at all an issue, right? Nice Chiefers. mm, um. Okay. I mean, I would say 3 days of no sleep is kind of bad insomnia. Oh, of no sleep entirely? Yeah, that's really bad insomnia. And I'm just pulling through. I mean, I don't enjoy it, but learn to cope, or how you say it. Oof. But 3 days is like rough. Is it like always like an on-off situation? Like, do you expect it to get better by itself, or because I can imagine that like at some point your like body like needs to sleep and then it gets better, but at the same time, like I don't know about like your insomnia, right? So how do you expect that to go in the next couple days? And for how long have you been suffering with this type of like insomnia? If you say you just like learn to cope with it already and sort of like accept your fate, I guess, in a way. Hmm. Ah, that's what you meant. So you actually like you use that like free guide to get off the psychiatric drugs, or like you're using that right now to sort of like lower the dosage, right? G4 is like, but I'm glad that it's working so well right now. Mm. True, because it's way later at your place, Irfan, right? What time is it at your place now? Because for me, it's like 2 p.m. Like, I'm like, this is fine. Mm. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, maybe you can just like come at the beginning. Like, my stream on Thursday is actually not gonna be as long. Um, because I have an appointment, like an allergy doctor's appointment, sadly. Which I couldn't like switch to another day because it's like it's I will get tomorrow. I will get like this like allergy test stuck on my back, and then on Thursday they need to like reach, I don't know, like how bad it is, and then on Friday as well. So it sadly just needs to be on Thursday. Really annoying. Like I could have done like Monday and then they read out on like Wednesday and Thursday, or Tuesday and they read out on Thursday and Friday. So I did Tuesday and Thursday and Friday to at least have like, you know, the um yeah, like one stream uninterrupted. But yeah, so maybe you can like join on Thursday right at the beginning. That's what I meant to say. So because I'm like starting at 12, right? So if it's like 9:22 on your end right now, I'm starting at 7 p.m. at your place. So maybe then like if you're there on 7 already, you can like still go to bed early and it doesn't like interrupt your routine or anything. I mean, sometimes insomnia gets better and then randomly no sleep at all. So it's not always just horrible. I would think at some point my body is gonna force to sleep, but only bad part is that I gotta have power to work, and I'm not sure like 1 or 2 years of diagnosed, I won't count the other. Is there any so if you're diagnosed for 1 or 2 years, but you probably had it like, if you don't say you count the others, you probably had it before that already though. Um Is there is there a plan, like some type of like therapy you're in right now to get rid of insomnia? Because I mean that level of insomnia seems like it's It definitely, like, it's like if you have to work and all of that, like, it's not healthy for your body for sure. But it's also just like really, really exhausting. And like it's just not making life quality way harder. So yeah, like, is there any progress being made to like get out of this or get better or whatever? Aw, thank you, GeForce. Support is always appreciated. Because as we all know, there's a lot of streamers out there, right? With many, many viewers, especially in terms of like the English audience. Mm. Anything else I want to add to this? I feel like I just want to commend you for sort of confronting those feelings now. Because I feel like, especially since you had them for so long, right? It can be hard to like divert from the path of like suppressing and like pushing them away, ignoring them and stuff like this. So I feel like it's a really good step that you sort of confront those feelings right now and that you're open to feeling them and experiencing them to then be able to, yeah, get over it. And hopefully at some point, like, have those feelings towards a person where it's actually like a possible situation, right? So I'm glad that you don't just try to cope or push them away, but that you're open to experience them, to be done with them, hopefully sooner than later. And I hope your friend has like time soon that you can have that talk. Before you forget everything we said about this. So yeah. But I think this is everything. So I'm guessing you're going to sleep now then, right? I mean, they haven't said anything to me yet. Only gave ambien for it, and I haven't even booked an appointment. Oh. Yeah. So there's the chance that you sleep, but if it's really bad, you take it, even though it gives you nausea, dizziness, headaches, and everything. So, but there's nothing really like being like, I'm not an expert on like insomnia, right? So don't get me wrong, but so essentially there's nothing really being done about fixing it, even though you're diagnosed since like 1 or 2 years. I gotta sleep now. I will see you later. All right. Good night, Irfan. And see you on Thursday then. Bye bye. Sleep tight. It was a pleasure again that you were here. Till the next time. Don't forget to join the Discord if you haven't already. And you have slept really bad for 8 years recently, but it was caused by side effects of medicines. But with current meds, I'm doing. But with current meds, I'm doing bad. No, okay. With current meds, you're doing good. Okay. Wow, guys, this is not good. Like, I'm glad that you do better now, G4. Like, I'm really, really glad. Because, like, good sleep is, like, really, really important, right? I mean, I guess they haven't found a way to help me yet. I would be betting that since something, it's different for everyone. Well, like, I want to say, like, yeah, sure. But the thing is, I really, there's doctors and medical professionals which are more motivated to help than others. Like, there's some people who just prescribe medicine and don't give a flying fuck for actually fixing the issue. So if it hasn't been like really like said, explained in detail, like tests being done, explained why there's nothing they can do or whatever, no diagnosis of like you have something like really rare where we really don't know what to do. And then even then there can be like sort of like specialists where you can still go to which have a better idea than those people you are maybe at right now. I absolutely would not expect that type of effort to be implied in the missing of action, if that makes sense. I like, I don't know, like I have chronic headache and like my like normal like a house doctor is like not interested in solving it at all. Like they were like at the beginning they were like yeah, well, so what do you want me to do now? Like they are really not that interested into fixing that part. Whereas like the specialist clinic I'm at for like migraines and headache, they are actually like trying to like they're working for like different type of solutions which could work and like putting in the effort. So it's like also like so I switched like house doctors since then, and my house doctor now I haven't gone to them yet for the headache, but I've been there for like some skin issues. And they've also been like way more helpful than the doctors I've like the before house doctor. So like it can always just be that you found like a bad doctor, right, who doesn't really want to do stuff. But you can also like still like there's of course it can also be the case that you found a really good one. But I'm just saying like I wouldn't assume they're good doctors until they have shown me that they are good doctors, because I personally just made the experience that there are a lot of doctors who actually don't really like either don't really want to or really can't because they just don't have enough time and are stressed the fuck out, you know. Like I don't know where you live, but like at my place the healthcare system is like low-key overloaded. So all right, see you again later, G-Force. Enjoy. They haven't really tested anything. Only took my blood and asked questions and gave Ambien lol. I try to help people if you aren't interested. Like that's, yeah. I like really like I'm not sure. Like I'm really like I'm unsure myself. Like I don't understand it. Like I can't really relate. But at the same time, I guess some of them are just like really overloaded, and that's why they just don't have time for that. But even then, I can't relate. Um, so Yeah. But if they like, if there was no, like, if they haven't tested anything, if there's no like different medication being tried, if there's no like, I feel like therapy is actually like a lot of the time with insomnia thing you sort of like talk about. Mm. I've actually like, I know that there's actually therapy where like here in the Netherlands, there's places you can actually, like, as part of therapy, get sleep therapy, and then you sleep at the therapy place. And I really don't know what they do there because I haven't been there, but I just know of a friend who has done that, and for him it really helped. So, like, for him, he had like really bad insomnia beforehand as well, and then he had like normal therapy, and then as part of the normal therapy, he got like some extra therapy, which was the sleeping therapy. And with that, he actually told me that it got like so much better that now he's like cutting back on the sleeping meds. So there is a lot of things in our systems which can be done if you are in that system. Like, if you either like have someone who like sort of put you in that position to experience that, um or if you are in a facility which is sort of offering this type of help. Mm. By the way, do you have ads right now? Because that would mean that I have to repeat everything I just said. So if you don't have ads right now, let me know. Like, if you actually heard this. Because Twitch is pretending like you have ads. Okay, so you sort of like, you heard everything. Okay, amazing. Because Twitch is saying me, ads only end in like 30 seconds. So I don't know. Really weird. But yeah, I don't know. Like, from what I learned, sadly, and this is like only like my experience, right? Like, this is like highly dependent on the country you live in. This is highly dependent on the doctors in your town, the doctor you are at. Like, this can be like entirely different for other people. But from my personal experience, I know that in order to get the prescription to like, or no, wait, it's not a prescription. To get the, or is it? To get sent over to the specialist, like migraine neurologist clinic, like, I had to like be there and like convince the doctor to do it, even though I have chronic headache and they don't do shit about it. So yeah, like, there's, in, if you are with a doctor who's highly unmotivated to help you, but it is your life after all, you really need to show up for yourself and like be like, I, this is your, like, your job is to help me, right? So like, I need a solution to this. Like, I can't live my life like this. You either send me over to someone who wants to help me or you help me. But these are the two options you have. And you're going to make either of those work because I do not, like, I can't take this anymore. So, but I would really hope that there's like something better ahead of you, right? Like, in your future. Like, I really, like, this, I feel like you deserve better, you know? Like, I'm really glad that you manage, even though you have insomnia this bad sometimes. Like, I feel like you're like, I don't know, like, amazing that you do, right? Because like, if you won't, we might not have this talk anymore. But I also really sort of like I'm worried that like we don't know what comes in the future, right? And I just, I don't know. Like, I'm worried that it might get worse. That's sort of like, I don't know. I just feel like, and even if it doesn't get worse, right? I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I would invest some energy into trying to figure out if there's like better options on the table for you. Like if you tried everything, like if you told these doctors and there's like no one around you who gives a fuck, and like you really like you can't move because your whole life is there, like then like sure, like accept it, make your life with that, try to find the best option available for you, which is available, right? But um I I feel like I would just try to actually find the best option available and not, yeah. Not have some unhelpful doctor be the limiting factor for my life quality. Horrible confidence, and I don't like standing up for myself. Can't bring myself to do it, sounds stupid, but yeah. No, I get it. I so get it. Oh my god, I'm so bad at standing up for myself in front of doctors. Like, there were so many times I went to a doctor and I really tried to, and then I left the doctor's office and I felt like, ah, this was nice. And then 5 minutes passed and I came back to my senses and I was like, bro, that doctor just gaslit me into oblivion. Like he like didn't do shit, bro. And I felt like, okay, this is fine. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, what the fuck? Why did you settle for this? Like, he did nothing. He did literally nothing. You still have, like, you just wasted like half an hour of your life or something by even going to that doctor's appointment because nothing has changed. And so I know it can be like really, really hard, even if you try to stand up for yourself, to even get that like change that you wanted or came for. Um, do you have any? Because like that's fair, but this doesn't need to hold you back. So, um, do you have anyone around you, like I don't know, like your partner, like wife, husband, they, them, like family member, brother, sister, dad, mom, even like it could even be like a good friend or a coworker you trust. But like somebody you trust with that medical information, which is in the room with that, and where like they could come along and actually like help you advocate for yourself. Like, is there anybody like that around you? By the way, you live in Finland? I really thought Finland has like, oh, happiest people ever or whatever. No, wait, that was Norway, right? That wasn't Finland, actually. That was Norway, I think. My bad then. Not really, I'm 17, I haven't got no partner or anything, and I don't talk about my feelings to IL people anyway. You're 17? Bro, that sucks. Like, it sucks that your life is so short and you're already in trouble like that. It's like I know that, right? Like I have childhood trauma on maths, and like my therapy like sessions started like early, like where like all people say like, oh, you're a student, like you enjoy life, you're your best phase of your life, la la la. And I'm like, no, I'm in the shittiest phase of my life, actually. Like, I can't wait to get to be an adult and, like, whatever. But that's definitely low-key an annoying situation. You don't talk about my feelings, so I help people anyway. Okay. I guess technically you don't need to talk about feelings. Technically, you can only tell them that you have like insomnia really bad and the doctors don't do shit and you want them to do shit. Do you have like, how are your parents involved in this? You didn't mention them, and I halfway expect it to be on purpose, but I'm not entirely sure, so I want to make sure. Like, is there a parent which is available for this service? So you don't feel weird about it? I like him, but I don't trust him to talk about it. Do you don't... Okay, I don't know how it works in Finland directly, right? And I do also definitely have a complicated relationship with my parents. But for us with the house doctor, it's like you don't need to talk to them about there might be psychological reasons for this. And I would trust my parents to see this as just like a completely unrelated to therapy type situation. And just be like, yeah, I get these like meds, but they like really suck. And like every time I go to a doctor, like they like they don't fix it, blah blah blah. And, like sort of like leverage their um, unhappiness about everything in life to my advantage in that moment. Does that make sense? How I explain this? Like, because I feel like like you can call this manipulation, sure, but as a child, you have special rights. So, because you are dependent on them, and if they don't do their job properly, it's like I feel like you are entitled to a certain service from your parents. And like we like anybody can like argue with me about this, but it's just my personal opinion. So the thing I don't want to talk anyone IRL about. Wait, I mean the thing I don't want to talk to anyone IRL about about anything. I can't bring myself to ask for help because it's awkward. Okay. And you don't have any friend who's like, it's fine that you're bad in English. It's like just you, yeah. It's like entirely fine. Like I don't judge you or anything. I just need longer, so it's like it's fine. So you have like you don't have any friend who knows about that situation by any chance. Hmm. Mhm. Mhm. How is it be 18 nowadays? Oh, I'm not 18. This is the 18th mental health talk. So it's like the next time we meet, it's the 19th mental health talk. It's not like nobody's 18. Actually, nobody. No, it's fine. It's fine. So I'm 25 right now. I'm not entirely off, but there's been a few years. But how are you doing, Jules? Stream froze? Ooh. Tell me when, like, are you already back? Or just tell me if you're back. I'm back, okay. Yeah, I was like, I was just asking to clarify if you have like any friend who knows about that situation. Or if you have like literally nobody knowing about this except your doctor. You're good, nice. How's it to be 25 then? That's one of those situations where it's like, I really don't know what to say because like 25 is like being 24, like being 26, like it doesn't really, so like, do I answer now with like, how has my year been? That's not really the thing, right? So do I answer with how is it to be in my age group maybe? I guess that could be a good answer. Let's go with that. My age group is awkward. Not that I am awkward, but the age group is awkward because being 25 is sort of like the age where you go from studying to working, and your entire social circle changes. Because on work you're like by far the youngest, and you sometimes like sort of like it's hard to make connections, or like any connections you have are like, or like any friends you make like could potentially be your parents sometimes, because like the age group at work is so much different, right? But you're like, in terms of like thinking, like you're not the person who has like a family and stuff, you don't plan ahead 3 weeks to meet somebody or whatever, but you're like still like really spontaneous, sort of like have a lot of time, you know, like want to fill up your days as you go, like from when you were studying. So it's like a big adjustment period, I would say. But how about you? How old are you, Jules? Is that, by the way, how you say your name? I'm really confused by that E. No one knows. I keep my stuff secret. I have a lot of stuff I don't talk about. I'm just surprised why I'm keeping them secret. Can I... Is there like a specific reason you keep them secret and you don't want to talk to anyone? Like, do you know if there's a reason to it, or like what the reason is? Yes, that's correct. Yeah. I guess with 30 you're maybe like just past this period. But how is it to be 30 then? By the way, I want to make sure that you know, like, our mental health check-ins sort of like go in depth a little bit, Jules. So if you want to go more in depth about like how are you doing, I'm good. We have the time and space for this. But I also get if you just, I don't know, like want to sit back a little bit while I talk to White Milk. And then like afterwards we talk a little bit longer. Just so like do as you like. Just know there's the space. I'm free to talk to, yeah. Like, this is like, you don't need to be a subscriber or anything to talk in my chat. Yeah. I just don't want people to know, and I don't want them to seem like a beggar, or I just don't trust anyone. Do you know why you have insomnia, White Milk? Is there like a specific fear keeping you up? Hi, Grumpy Manuel. Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's going good. We're like in multiple talks right now. You go. It's definitely like in like, are there some trigger warnings? Or like trigger topics? I feel like that could be helpful also to other people in chat to sort of like know what we're getting into. But apart from that, like usually like everything is like really fine. We're just so you know, we're like right now we're talking a little bit more to like White Milk. So I will, I guess, like switch between your answers from you to White Milk and Grumpy Bella's cat. So if that's fine with you, you can just. We have a Discord server, yeah, for sure. Your cake recipe? Eh? Where would the cake recipe be? No, I didn't. It's more about sexual stuff. All right. Is it about more about like sex education, or about sexual assault? Like, in which direction are we going here? Discord DM. Oh, bruh. Yeah. I haven't tried it yet, no. But I will. But true. I forgot about it already. I'm sorry. I mean, how do I say this? There's some things that keep me awake, but it's just not them. It's just I can't sleep. I don't know how to explain. Mm. Mm. Okay. Is it like a specific situation, like PTSD, like trauma related, White Milk? It's so sweet of you, by the way. Jigal, did you really hope that's how you pronounce your name. I don't think so, but I really don't know what to do with that like first letter in the pronunciation pattern. Um, but did you hear my question? Like, is it more about like sex education in that direction, or just like sort of like questions around sex education, or is it going into trauma related SA? Sorry, um, in that direction. Just so we know the sort of like heaviness of the topic. Swan trauma. Hmm. Okay, I feel like we should have time for this. Um, Let me wrap up a little bit with white milk, and then I think there should be space. If that's all right with you as well, white milk. Okay. um, so it's not PTSD or like trauma. I don't know what is considered trauma, but I don't think it's that either. All right. Okay, interesting. Um, hmm. I feel like especially since there's still like a whole life ahead of you, white milk. Um, I feel like there must be some way forward to this. Like I would really invest into looking into a way on how um to like find a way to work this out. Um, and of course you don't need to. Um, like everything is your choice after all. Um, but I feel like you especially could gain a lot from that, right? Because you have like so many years ahead of you. Like even for people who have like only like half their life still ahead of them, it's like still like a lot of years to of like better life quality, right? But for you especially, like your life has essentially just started. Like there's so many years ahead of you still. So I feel like every work you put in now like really will pay off um, for a long time. And I can only tell you that I've like my sort of like upbringing and how I was raised was really around the idea that you shouldn't like it's weak if you ever need help because that just means that you're like incompetent on your own, and it's like you would be a burden for other people, and you don't want that. You don't want to burden anybody with your bullshit. And at the same time, that if you were to ask for help, it would sort of mean that you failed on your own, and that like everything with just enough effort, like you can fix on your own. Um, and honestly, it was a really isolating life. It was not only a really isolating life, but it gave me also chronic headache. Um, and I'm just, I thankfully through therapy learned that this is not how you build a happy life. By far not. But it's also definitely not something which will keep you back from leading a happy life forever. If you change and get the right help, you definitely have a better life in the cards for you. You can have an amazing life in the cards for you, actually. Um, it also told me that it's definitely my own responsibility to advocate for myself. And if I don't do it low key, nobody in that place I was at right then would have done it for myself or did it for me. Now I have people around me, like I've built a support system where people would do it. But yeah, like back then, with the people I had around me, with the isolation I had built up, there wasn't anybody. Um, and there is a lot of ways how you can sort of get better help with the insomnia. And I think just therapy in general might not be bad if you come from that sort of background like I did, because there's a lot of world beliefs which are really harmful to hold on to. Like, especially that part that, like, no one will help you, that you're alone, that you're on your own, that you need to do everything alone. Like, this isolation that you can't share things, that you need to, like, sort of like combat everything on your own, like all the dark emotions every bad day, that you need to combat that entirely on your own, is a worldview which I won't say like for sure ruin your life, but it's gonna make your life for sure way more difficult than it would need to be. And it's also influencing the people you get to know and the relationships you build, right? Because if you don't share anything from you, other people won't really see you as like a really safe person either, and will be less sort of like open to you as well. And we don't notice this much sometimes, but it's definitely there. And I'm not saying like instantly like go out and tell everybody. Like it's scary, and I see how scary it is. But I guess what I'm trying to say is there are ways to get out of this, and there's work you will have to put into this to sort of get towards that. So I feel like, I don't know, like a lot can help already just informing yourself online, because I feel like a lot which is important is actually just knowing which options you have. Because maybe you don't even need to see your doctor in person. Maybe you can just send them an email, you know? Maybe you don't even need your doctor at all, but you can, there's like some, like a social gathering group. You can meet IRL, like a space like this, you know, like a mental health space where you can just sort of like show up, and you don't even need to say anything at the beginning, but you can just listen to other people. So there's lots of different steps you take, but I feel like deciding if you want to take steps is the first thing. But if you want to take steps and if you want a better life, you will have to confront your fear. Not going from 0 to 100, but it means getting and confronting a lot of the bullshit beliefs from your family you sort of inherited. It means putting yourself out there, even if it might not work sometimes. And then one step after the other, you're gonna build that confidence to hopefully sooner than later go to a doctor and stand up for yourself, or have somebody who can come with you. Friends and everyone else, especially friends, if they see any kind of trouble or I'm having, they tease bully me for it. That's why I said I don't want to seem a beggar and don't trust anyone. I don't want to be a burden. There's loads of words I can put on it. Yeah. I mean, I guess I gotta make new friends if I want to talk about it. Maybe, yeah. Only easy is online, and online is full of non-trustable people. Even if they seem nice, I just have a hard time trusting. I mean, that's the annoying thing, really. Before therapy, I was also like really, really non-trusting. And the thing is, I didn't realize how my behavior actually on my own is putting me in situations where I meet shitty people, where I end up having trusted somebody I couldn't have, or where I end up getting the consequences of treating people like I didn't trust them, even if I maybe could have, and it would have been different if I would have been more vulnerable and not so defensive. So I agree with you that there's online a lot of people who are like maybe not trustworthy, but I just want to point out that the reality you perceive is shaped by how you perceive. Like there's people who literally have like no money, live on the Philippines with like one of those like roofs and are happy, and there's a whole bunch of people in Germany who have money to have multiple houses who are unhappy. The way we perceive reality can be so far apart from what reality actually is like. And that's sort of why really like investing in therapy, investing in sort of like getting better on yourself can really help to actually live in a different reality. Jesus. No, you come up with that example. Oh, I love you. Oh, thank you for supporting my my point here. Oh. But yeah, I mean essentially that's true though. And because I don't know, just because you're in debt, like not every day needs to be like extremely shit, right? Also, like if your days are extremely shit, that's not really helping you to not be in debt anymore, right? So, yeah. But I really get that it's scary. Um, I really want to have space to talk to Jiga? I don't know. Jiga? I don't know. And hi Jolly, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Um, but I feel like I might be able to support you to like through those first steps really well, just because your belief system might be quite close to mine back then. You're not rude. Everything is fine. I don't think your problem is tiny. I do think that's a thing where we need to talk a bunch more, and I feel like we might, like, it's not helpful to talk about all of it right in the beginning. Like there comes a point where it's like enough, you know. Um but I feel like it's really amazing that you opened up here in stream. And I know that the shield of anonymity is sort of like keeping you safe. But I'm really glad that you shared everything so vulnerably. And I don't know if that means anything to you, but I'm also really proud of you. Because I do see how it's scary for you, and I do see how hard it is for you. And I think this is important, you know? And I don't know, I feel like I really understand how you feel, and I really understand your situation, how it seems really helpless. But I think there's a lot of things which can be done. So maybe you have time next Thursday or next week on Monday. We're always here, Monday and Thursday. And you don't need to every time like share something on your own. Maybe you can just listen to other people being vulnerable and tackling some like mental health talks, which will help you a little bit too. Maybe you can gain some confidence that this community is sort of like a safe space to open up like this. And then, because I feel like a lot of this is actually training, you know, like a lot of this is habit. And this is exactly the way how it's like gonna get better too. We also have a Discord. If you ever want to talk about it when the stream isn't live. But I'm really glad that you were brave enough to open up like this. And I really wish that you find the sort of like either exhaustion or strength to sleep and get like a good night's rest soon, and that your insomnia is giving you a little bit of a break. Yeah. Yeah, that's really fine. It's actually like quite common to sort of like pendle between actually everything's fine and oh my god, my life sucks and I don't even want to be here. It's a very common thing of mental instability. It's sadly not weird. It's really, really common. Oh my god, like Grumpy Palace Cat is literally like I don't believe your occupation. Like I feel like you must be a cook because what the hell? Everything seems so delicious. Like the last time you like came up, what was it? Like chicken, like fried chicken with garlic sauce? No, wait. I have no idea anymore. Really tasty though. Like Korean fried chicken with garlic sauce or something. And this also seems really tasty. If like I don't like salmon, so this time it's actually fine for me that I can't have some, but like genuinely, like I feel like Grumpy could compete. Yes, 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 yes. Um, Let me go to the toilet real quick. I'm gonna like open the window, let some fresh air in, and then we start, okay? This was a little too long, maybe. Oh my god. How cold is it? Apparently, even it's like 6 degrees. So it's technically not even that cold. But I'm just a freezing full person. Was it the crispy honey chicken bites with hummus and salad? Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Well, if it's -10, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it is really cold. How warm is it at your place then? Like, usually people tell me like 6 degrees, oh, that's just so warm. Okay. All right. You go. Mm, let's let's start. Like, is every like just as knowledge again for everybody as like sort of like trigger warning, I guess. This is like I don't know specifically what we're talking about, right? But it's probably going into the direction as like as a trauma. Um, so just FYI, if that's a trigger topic for you, maybe yeah, maybe don't stick around right now. Or just be aware that like be in your body, you know, sort of like feel how you feel. And if you notice it like gets much, then just take a pause, mute the stream, go to the kitchen, eat something, drink something, later come back. I don't think it's like gonna be like in detail about whatever happened. Like I think it's like usually like the talks are more about I'm struggling with blah blah blah. But yeah, I don't know. So just be aware. All right. So let's start. Okay, this is actually fine. This is like so fine. This is actually not the first time I'm talking about this. It is actually so fine. Like for me personally, just like as a woman, like having experienced my fair share of like SA as well, I just thought it's gonna be about like sexual harassment or assault. So that's fine. This is like for me, a way lighter topic, right? Because this is essentially addiction. Like there's a talk about addiction, but in like with porn. So this is like, for me personally, entirely fine. Okay. Okay, wait, what? Fredo. Okay, wait. Let's actually, I'm not entirely sure. So, it's more on porn addiction. I have already been exposed from a young age. My guess, I was around 3. Why? You were exposed to porn at around 3? Or to sex at around 3? I don't know if that actually matters. Let me go through the whole thing. I got curious and it has gotten worse as time flew and it's been affecting my school and social life. Porn addiction really fucking sucks, by the way. Like, I've read up about this a little bit, and porn addiction really fucking sucks. Because it influences you so much. So I definitely know what you mean by how it's influencing like your school and social life. What are you looking for from us right now? to just sort of that I know in which direction we're going. Do you want to sort of like get help trying to find a way out of this, or are you just more like talking and want some like emotional support with just sort of like talking with the like about the experience of it? How can I stop completely? Okay. So I've already talked to my sister after a few years, which was the hardest part. I started going to churches, youth, started trying to avoid my triggers, and whenever I felt that urge, I immediately splashed myself with cold water. But guilt and the disgust is still affecting me a lot, and I managed to control it for a few days. But I keep falling, and this is the first time talking to a therapist. I didn't really believe that therapists are much help as long as I'm aware of what I'm dealing with. Okay. I am not a licensed therapist, just so you know. So if you mean like this is the first time talking to a therapist and you mean me with that, no, I'm not a licensed therapist. I do know that it's like some like can be a difficult topic with licensed therapists as well, because like therapists like usually like they specialize on like certain topics. So if you talk to a therapist which isn't like specialized in this area, it can be like sort of quite hard to like get the help you need. And there's also like bullshit therapists, right? Where like this topic, because it's sort of like in the sexual direction, can sort of collide with personal beliefs, and then it's like really, really weird and can lead to all sorts of like experiences. But there's always like if you find the black sheep in like under like therapists, then yeah, sucked. But usually therapists, of course, are like safe people to talk to about this. I think it's so cool that you talk to your sister about this. I think that's really showing like a lot. Because I feel like talking to, especially to family members about this, can be so freaking hard because of the judgment you expect. Hi Naradim, welcome. Thank you for the watch streak. Okay, so let me sort of explain you how I would go about this. I personally, so if it's like you're like, okay, like how can I stop? Like I really want to stop. I want help with stopping this. I can try that. Or like we can try that. But for that, I will ask more questions and I will need more insight. Just know though that this is actually not the first time of me sort of like tackling this issue with somebody. So if that like sort of helps as like a consolation, it's like it's fine. Like you're not alone with this. You're not the only person with this. This is actually like sadly sort of common. Yeah. It's like our society sucks a little bit in that part. In other parts as well, but in that part specifically. Okay. So, where is the guilt and disgust coming from directly? Like, have you. What is the. Because while this might seem like a question where it's like, duh, like that and that, this can be like really different for a lot of people. And I think it's really important where the guilt and disgust is coming from. So, do you like try to sort of like explain to me what beliefs and how like what the guilt is directed towards, like as detailed as possibly. Like, is it because like for some people it can be that they feel guilty because they feel like they can't control themselves, and then it's sort of like guilt for the loss of control because they have planned to like let that go and then they didn't. and sort of like the guilt to like sort of like recoiling, is that a word in that moment? I don't know. For other people it can really be like they feel like dirty and like undeserving and sort of like this. So it's like this can be like different depending on a person. So what is that guilt directed towards specifically, and that disgust? Because especially when you're also saying like you started going to church, like is there, for example, like a belief that you shouldn't for example, like touch yourself at all until you're like in, I don't know, like whatever they say in the type of like church you are in? And that's sort of like a breaking the rule kind of thing. I'm just gonna wait for you to answer. So cold. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. I don't necessarily need you to like really explain the situation or what you're doing. That's like entirely like you can like keep that for yourself. You don't need to like expose yourself like this here. Um, I guess it's like definitely like good to know that AI is also involved, but it also doesn't really surprise me. Um, the thought is already making me vomit. Okay. Okay, so I can clearly like I understand that you feel like a lot of disgust um towards masturbation, right? Um I'm just gonna like assume. Um and but how how does it work that if you feel so much guilt and disgust that you then still end up doing it? Like, is there sort of like, is there a point where like you have a trigger and then it just like, then you like all of a sudden you like entirely feel different about it? Um, because usually like how like low key like most of these like addictions go, or like why they're like so hard to, I guess, to quit, is because they feel like to the person they always like feel positive until after. It's like, I don't know, like I guess like from all I know, it's like that situation of like a person actually like sort of having like decided like they're gonna quit it and whatever, but not making it out in their head to be like that negative, and then like it's like sort of like over time this like negative feeling towards this like dying down, and then they do it again, and then afterwards they regret it and feel like guilt and disgust. Exactly, like the yeah. The personal clarity is like usually the shifting point, exactly. So if you already have that before, or like, is that how it works for you as well? That it's like the guilt and disgust, it's sort of like dying down, and then you do it again, and then it's like really, really bad again. Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, and the guilt and disgust is because that's essentially what I really wanted to get at, technically. Um, it's feeling guilty and disgusted because you wanted to stop it, because you know it's ruining your life. Um, and maybe even like feeling disgust towards the I don't know, like maybe like extreme sort of like king situation you're like doing in that moment or having done. Um, and then also like being disgusted with that. Is that sort of like the narrative in this like guilt and disgust? Oh, okay. Okay, so essentially, um, okay, like, how do I put this in 10 minutes? Like, this is tough, bro. Okay. Okay, I think this is hard to put in 10 minutes, but let me try. But I think, like, this is, like, actually, like, I do have some knowledge on that topic, like, believe me or not, but yeah, I do. Um, and if you manage to, like, come to the next stream or, like, one of the next streams, we can go definitely about more in depth about that if you need it. You don't have ads right now, right? Because Twitch is telling me you have ads. Okay, apparently not because you're answering me. So, um, okay, so any addiction is like there's sort of like two components to addiction. One, if it's like really like actually like chemically addicting. So there's like for example with porn addiction, because it's like that volatile, is because there's an orgasm attached to it. And orgasm is like, it's essentially like a drug. Like you just like, it's a really really crazy drug, by the way. Like an orgasm releases so many like positive hormones, it's like hard to match with other drugs actually. So it's a really, really high motivator, let's say. And then the other part is there's usually like the missing balance sort of with that, and like the falling into it is because it turned from something like nice you can do sometimes into a coping mechanism you need at some points. Because like there's some and the trigger is usually actually not really that you like, I don't know, like you see some image and then you need to do it. Like that's sort of the learned trigger, but the trigger in the first place, at least like from my experience, is that I wasn't porn addicted, by the way, just from like what I read. Um, doesn't matter anyway. Is that there is, you like were coping at some point with this, and that you learn that it's actually a pretty good cope, because it does work, like it does make you happier. So essentially it's like you're using it as like an antidepressant, And now you're trying to get off of the antidepressant, and it's that hard because if you didn't fix the reason why you take antidepressants, it's like you will get depressed if you get off of the antidepressants. So this is why to like there's I guess like two places how you can like tackle porn addiction. And this thing like a lot of people say is just like, yeah, you just like, you know, like you just don't do it anymore like forever, and that's like how you deal with it. Sort of, yeah, but there's like a danger to this, that you just switch addictions instead of actually beating the addiction. Because if your addiction, like I said, is like coming from you coping with negative feelings and you using it as an antidepressant, there's a lot of other things in our life which actually give us that like a similar sort of effect. So for example, like buying things cheap, or buying a lot of things in general, or drugs or alcohol, or like there's a whole bunch of stuff we can use to alleviate ourselves from negative emotions and therefore like abuse as antidepressants. Um, and so the sort of in exactly. So then you would only replace it with something else, which in some addictions, this is like it's low key like it's one of the easiest ways to to actually like getting off of like a very specific addiction. I honestly genuinely think the easiest way to do that is replacing that addiction with something else. But then you're addicted to something else. So it's not really helping you with addictions in general, because addictions in general, even though you might think like, oh, that seems like a great deal to me because some addictions are like less socially judged than other addictions, it's like an addiction always has the part where you literally like, it's not like you are not that like whimsical person with like just buying a little bit too much. No, like you will, for example, like buy stuff even though you don't have money. Like an addiction is always problematic, or like leading to problems because you're not like logically actually thinking about it, but because you need to do something. So you don't like decide on doing it, but you're just, your body is sort of like controlling you. um But so that's one option. The other option is actually defeating this addiction mindset. Because the addiction mindset, while it's actually like low-key something which is close to our home, and for example with social media, like really like retraining that into people low-key, and it's like hard to dodge. The addiction mindset is essentially coming from not being able to deal with, or like what you need to be able to stop and actually not need those antidepressants anymore, is to be able to deal with those emotions. Like either resolve the root cause, which like if it's like something like trauma, if it's something like your world beliefs, like if it's something like bigger, like a bigger issue, not just like a one-time like thing, whatever, but if it's a bigger issue, which it usually is, you will never like fully shake it. Like you have lived the experiences that you lived, like period, point blank, you know, like this is your life. But it's not as bad as it seems, because the emotional roller coaster we go through can definitely be balanced, and we can like get over that part. We can also like just work through emotions and like get over trauma, right? So like humans are essentially like extremely resilient. So even if it seems like this big issue and you will never overcome it, you probably actually can. Like you probably can like work through it to a point where you can just like live a happy life. You know, like no questions asked. Like I believe in that. Um. So. Then that means you need to find the root cause. So for some people, for example, it actually it can be body dysmorphia or something. For some people, it can be like insecurity, and just like so any sort of like, what would be like really really good to know is what comes, like which negative feelings do you feel when it happens. Like, are you, for example, stressed the fuck out? Do you feel like you're not good enough, or you feel like shitty about yourself? Like, where's it coming from specifically? Like, what negative emotions do you try to avoid and alleviate yourself from in that moment? Exactly. And so not the like, oh, sexy image you saw, but actually the sort of the negative state you were in beforehand. Um, and uh, then the second thing is being able and learning to handle that negative state to the point where you can regulate your emotions without having the need for this antidepressant. Um, and that means a whole lot of trial and error because dealing with negative emotions is for everybody different. So that can, for example, like some people like need to read, some people need to talk to friends, some people need like a walk in nature, some people need to like go to the gym and exercise, other people need to journal, others need to, I don't know, like do art, write a song, write a poem or whatever. Like there's a whole bunch of ways how we can regulate our emotions and process emotions. And you can essentially just like ask ChatGPT like what are like good ways to like process emotions or like how can I regulate my emotions? And it's probably going to give you like a whole bunch of lists or like one by one thing, and then you can try the different things and see what works. You're not going to be able to do this in your first try. Like an addiction is never like this is not something easy to get over with. Like you have like especially when you say you like this you first started to get in contact with this topic when you were free. It's like this is like whenever that started, I don't know when, but this is a thing which like is trained into you. Like you have this as a habit. And so you need to build this new habit now. But it's also, it's like, that's fine, you know? Like at the point you're aware of it, you, you're like on the way to get better, you know? And it's every time you experience that again, you can use that to get more information about it. So really like sort of I guess try to like learn the narrative around it, like why, like what emotions are you trying to escape from with this, or like what, like where is this need to do that coming from? um yeah, go for it. So which is the last advice you want before you go, by the way? I don't know, maybe I'm just being impatient here. But just wanting to make sure that you know, I said like, yeah, go for it, like ask. Okay, now we're. One of my nephews about to fly home next week. He's younger than me, and our device was connected. So the photos I had went to him when he updated his. He asked, "Why do I have these photos?" And I tried to like educate him and explain why I had it, and he said he won't tell, but I decided to tell him myself because the guilt was too much for me to handle. It's gonna be awkward once they come back. Mm. I think it's good though that you do this. Um, because yeah, like this, like feeling these negative emotions, like feeling any negative emotion, because usually it's like the longer you have sort of this like coping mechanism in place, the like bigger it gets, right? Like at some point you started with like to tackle that one specific negative emotion with watching porn and doing it, but like now that this worked like flawlessly for like years, right? Like your body was like, well, I might as well also fix that problem with that, and like this one and this one and this one. So I think actually talking about this and sort of like being open about that is really good, because I feel like this secrecy around it and like feeling like you have to hide, feeling isolated, whatever, is actually like a part which can like make this worse. So I think it's like really good to talk about this and sort of like say that out loud. And you might actually, like, who knows, like maybe you find some help with this from like an IRL person. So I think that's really brave of you because this can be like definitely like really scary. I want to touch on something Never Meow Alone said as well. Like, I don't know if you read the messages, but she said, like, when someone quits porn after being addicted, their mind goes through withdrawal because it has relied on constant stimulation to escape stress or numb emotions. The sudden loss of the routine can make them feel empty, sad, or restless. Definitely this. Also, a part I wanna I'm gonna give you a YouTube video real quick. Um and you can watch that like whenever. But there's a YouTube video about fentanyl from Kurzgesagt, and it's a really nice channel, which is sort of like explaining like science things. And fentanyl is like a really heavy drug. And how this YouTube video can actually like help you and inform you is by sort of showing you how drugs work. Because this is also how it will sort of like feel for you in the beginning. Like, why stopping is so hard is because you have essentially been living on drugs. So now regular life in the like in this first period of stopping, and this can really stay for months, right? Like even for a year, it can feel just like life isn't as bright, as nice as it was before. Like these withdrawal symptoms are, yeah, like they can stick with you quite long. But it's gonna get better. Like I don't want to say every day, but like every month it's gonna get better. But there's definitely gonna be some like worse days, some better days, some worse days. But I feel like this YouTube video like could like really help you to like sort of really understand how like what drugs essentially do to your balancing of what you expect and how what you expect from the world and how good you think the world is. This is, yeah, like because actually this principle of this video, you can even apply that on something like salt. Like the more salt you use in foods, the like better it tastes in the beginning. But then like you need a little bit more like every time. And if it's like the high dosage, it will taste better than the low dosage. And like the more you build it up, the shittier no salt will taste. And that's actually why this whole like there's like this utopia of like feeling happy the entire time. It would essentially make us numb. It's wouldn't like there's no reality how we could be happy the entire time. Like happiness feels really good because we are not happy the entire time. Um, but we sort of like can be at peace with these like a little bit ups and downs. And that's sort of how like you can have a happy life. But it's a more complex topic. Mm, I feel like if you talk about it, the awkwardness is maybe like going away. Um, I feel like otherwise, speaking up about the awkwardness, like if you spoke up about it, and then you like sort of like you put like a point to it, right? And then like nobody's saying something, you can say how awkward it feels, and you can be like, oh my god, like I really like I'm like I'm sorry guys, but I just like I had to say this, but it's like so awkward right now and I'm actually so uncomfortable. But I just felt like if I don't say this, it's gonna actually fuel my addiction. And I really want to like get past this. Yeah. Like some people might not be able to sort of like give you the emotional support you like need or like expect in that moment. And that's fine, right? But I think talking about it really um, takes the um, takes the edge out of it. So I think it's really good that you see the problem. I definitely agree with Never Me Alone. Like seeing the problem is like really the first step, and like honestly acknowledging how big of a problem it is, how much it is impacting you, how it is ruining your life, how it's not easy to overcome is a really important part of it as well. Because once you acknowledge how big of a problem it is and how difficult it is to overcome, you're more inclined to get the help and support you need to succeed. And yeah, so I'm gonna be here on Thursday again. Thursday, the stream is gonna be like shorter though because I have an appointment later in that day. So if you wanna see me here on Thursday, I'd like rather be there on time. Um, and apart from that, we have a Discord server where you can also sort of like share if yeah, if you need any emotional support or something. All right, like you're not alone with this, and we want to support you. I'm glad. I'm glad. We can talk about this again whenever you have time. Bye bye. See you next time. You go. Yeah, like we try to sort of like get through it, but it's a big topic. I have a lot more to say, definitely, but that will have to wait till next time. Um, so I'm just like reading like all of your messages, by the way. Um, no, me alone. Would you agree that when you try to quit an addiction habit, it is better to do it gradually instead of all at once? Depends. I I guess honestly, like really depends on the topic, and like how addicted you are. Like I feel like sometimes actually, like if you have enough support, quitting from like 100 to 0, um, can be better. Um, than quitting gradually. Um, I feel like sometimes quitting gradually can be harder than quitting from 100 to 0. Um, because quitting gradually sort of like, I feel like it needs more control. Um, yeah. I don't know, it really depends on the person, I think. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I really think it depends on the person. Oh, stretch, that's a good idea. Everybody take part in it. You don't feel usually don't feel comfortable talking about such topics. It was fine this time around. Hmm, interesting. Was that the same with the friends you helped? Or was it maybe especially uncomfortable because it was friends? My internet is so bad, I keep disconnecting. Aw, that's annoying. Hopefully it gets better soon. But I kind of found a solution that worked for both my friends, but I don't feel I have the right I don't feel like I have the right to say it is the solutions. I don't really know what you mean with this. Can you elaborate? I love that. Thank you. You were so right. I had like 2 glasses of water here. I still have to. Mm. By the way, never me alone. Thank you so much. That you gifted your other account a sub. Too much talking. Ah, it's never too much. Okay. What I came up with is by trying to monitor your trigger points, and best way is by avoiding them, also shifting the way you even masturbate. Like instead of watching porn, just avoid watching it entirely. For erotica story or audience, that is a placeholder. You can gradually stop needing the need to even have any stimulation or even an audio and masturbate without any type. Hmm. 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 The solution I found uh, with the other person I talked to had it was that they actually like stop entirely with masturbation, um, and um, that they always talk to their partner when, or like to a friend, to a partner, whoever, um, when this like sort of like need or whatever is like coming up again. Um, and then sort of like get a little bit of guidance, like what's going on in that moment right now, like why is that need in that moment that big, what does it have to do with stuff like this, um, and avoid any type of like yeah, like exposure which is like to just like exposure to like any sexual content at all, actually. um yeah. And I don't know, like that sort of like rather quickly, I guess, led to um them like like nearly never actually being um interested in that anymore too much, and um I don't know, like getting to the point where they like don't feel like sex even. They're just like, I don't know, because like usually like we know like with women that they say like, ah, I don't feel like it. But like we don't know that with like men so much. Um which is like weird, right? Because it's like the same for them. So yeah. So with him it like came to the point where like he like a woman, just had like moments where it was like, nah, I'm like, I don't know, it was such a long day, don't feel like it. And so yeah, it's a really yeah, this like wasting, because uh with that person, it was really like um also like sex fantasies were like a problem, sort of, or like being used as like cope. So that also got like lower and lower, and to the point where like, I don't know, didn't like where it didn't happen. And I'm lucky to be able to control it. Well, not really lucky, right? You're just not addicted. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's really weird. Like, we sort of like socialize men um to like not fix their problems by like talking about it, but just by coping, right? So I don't know. Like, I don't actually know any statistics about that, but I think, like, just by the experiences I made, I think men are like so much more often addicted than like women. But I actually don't know. It's just so like from the people I've met. Chef, you mean me or what? Stopping entirely would get them deeply depressed because their lack of dopamine. Gordon Ramsay person. Ah. Hmm. Why chef though? uh, chef because of cooking. Chef, Jesus Christ! Oh my god, yeah. Okay, this is I'm like, that's the moment where I'm just German, because chef in German is a word and it means boss. It doesn't mean like cook, or actually, well, I guess it can also mean cook, but it's like really like used as like boss. So it was like, which boss? Who do you mean with boss? Oh. Um, but yeah, stopping entirely would get them deeply depressed because the lack of dopamine, also the withdrawal effect would be too rough. You can just be a nun overnight. That also not halfway to. You can just be a nun overnight. That's also not halfway to not masturbate. The brain needs time to rebalance its chemistry. Well, Loki, I think those people are depressed and that's why they are addicted, right? So that's why I feel like, I don't know, like in like with that person, it was more like, instead of like coping through your addiction and pretending like you don't have it, actually like confront it is like better. But yeah, like that person also had a support system. So it's like, it's not the same to a person who's like completely isolated in that endeavor. I think a person is like completely isolated, that is like a way different road to take. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like getting the most progress in like the least amount of time. I think it's going cold turkey, but yeah, it's like not something which is like sustainable for a lot of people. But yeah, it's definitely the fastest if you're able to do it. If you're not able to do it, then you just wasted time, right? So yeah. Uh, but yeah, chef's a cat with a god complex. Yeah, but with the lack of dopamine, like I don't know. I feel like it really depends on like how addicted you are to masturbation, right? Um, if you're addicted to the point where you do like twice a day, like okay, yeah, with the lack of dopamine, like that's an issue. But if you're addicted while the fantasies are like a thing you have daily, but like actually like masturbation is not a thing you have daily, I don't think that that you're like actually like in a withdrawal like to a big amount. Like it's hard to confront your addiction, like sure, because you will have to like handle those emotions otherwise. But yeah. I've heard of cases where people were living their normal life with partner, but they still had this issue. It's just because they would rather masturbate than actually have sex with their partner per se. Hmm. Yeah, I think then there's like, I don't know, with a lot of addictions, there's a lot on the plate, right? So then you just need to uh, figure like the whole narrative out. But I feel like once you like talk about the narrative and you work on like the thing which makes it depressed, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like yeah, it just depends on the person. Like it's really like a thing which varies per person. But I feel like with porn addiction, it's not really common to feel like extremely like guilty and disgusted by yourself afterwards. Um, so just because of that sort of like negative backlash from doing it again, I would prefer going cold turkey at all. Like I personally would do that like at all times, always. Um, mm, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just like the fastest way. That's why I would do it, honestly. Like it's like if you have a support system, go cold turkey. Like if you can do that, do that. You know. Like if you can't do that, then like yeah, don't. But I feel like the optimal way is like support system and just going. But yeah, it takes like it's just not possible for everybody. I just go far and far as I can before I just can't resist. If I do it like calendar time, I can do it. Yeah, I think that would be like for me like if I would have it, I would be sort of the same. Like if I would know there's like sort of like oh like I can do like once every 2 weeks, like I guess I would just fantasize about it like for the entire 2 weeks and like absolutely idealize that like space. Um, like it, yeah, I don't know. No, like actually, like I don't know. Like the more I think about it, the more not going cold turkey doesn't make sense for me. Like either you because I feel like either somebody else tells you to stop an addiction and then you don't really get like you're not really standing fully behind it yourself, you know? And then like you will just lie and keep on doing it, like anyways. Or you like want to end it yourself, like end the addiction, obviously. And then you have like a reason to end the addiction, right? And you're like, I don't know, like you're guilty, disgusted, you regret it, whatever, like blah blah blah. It has like enough negative impact that you're really like, no, I need to end this. And then it would feel so weird to me to gradually stop because I would be like I don't want to do this anymore, but I just can't help doing it. But like planning to do it would feel like I don't know, that would feel so stupid. I don't know. It would feel like planning failing. I don't know. I read so much into it because I was trying to quit vaping my nicotine addiction. I've quit that overnight. I'm very strict with myself. I've even quit drinking mid vacation. Same goes with blinker, fluid vapor consumption. All right. See you in a bit. Um, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, like, I feel like actually like quitting like something which you actually take like a drug, like regularly like a drug, where you actually have like withdrawal symptoms. It's, yeah, like, I guess medically you should do that gradually. Like nicotine, for example. Like smoking, I feel like is a thing like where it might be beneficial to do it gradually to not get that like huge of like a dip afterwards. But yeah, I just feel like with porn addiction, it's like it, yeah, I don't know. Like if you do it like multiple times per day or something, like, okay, sure. Then we can talk about it being actually like direct, like chemical withdrawal symptoms. But I feel like, I don't know, like if you do it a couple times per week, or if it's just like to an extreme where you don't like it or whatever, and you want to stop, then it's like I wouldn't, I don't think you can argue with it being like chemically like withdrawal symptoms. I think then it's just like regular sort of stopping, overcoming an addiction type situation. But yeah. I mean, who isn't? mm, but yeah. Mm, yeah. Yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to say to that. I think I'm done. So, like, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, like, I'm just sort of like, it's like, after all, it's like, still, it's a personal thing. Like, I wouldn't be able to say, like, oh, this is the right decision for everybody. But yeah, so, like, that's sort of like the situation, period, point blank. So, but yeah, it just is a very, very personal decision. It has a lot to do with how your addiction works. Like, where's the motivation coming from? Where is the motivation to stop it coming from? Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like with the, like, one thing which is like sort of like a really annoying part about porn addiction specifically is that it's a addiction where, because it's like so connected to like not only watching porn but also just like masturbating in general. I feel like it's an addiction where um the sort of the right amount or whatever, or like the healthy amount, is so hard to actually determine, because it's not a thing where like you should like you need to quit it entirely and like it's like bad always, right? Because it's not. It's just you doing it in an addictive way that's bad. And I feel like that makes it such a weird addiction, because it's not like, with smoking, it's just, I don't know, like it's ruining your health and it costs money. Um, so it's like I don't know, like, like you can just like stop it entirely and like it's just gonna be better. But I feel like with porn addiction, it's um, like I feel like watching porn is like bad. I just honestly I feel like watching porn is inherently bad. Um, but uh, like masturbating in general, even though it's like so close connected to it, it's like of course not always bad. So it's like a weird addiction where I feel like it's like easy to fall back into it again, because it's like you could like flee from. I mean, usually like mentally unstable people um are addicted, right? Like the sort of like the people who are like mentally unstable and like the people who are addicted, there's definitely like, you know, there's a lot of overlap. And I think like if you're a person who's mentally unstable, if you're a person who is addicted, your addiction is probably also like part of that like unstable, like up and down thing. And then it's like you always switch between this picture of like depression and grandiosity. And then like if you're like depressed, then you think like, oh no, like I need to like stop this maybe, whatever. Actually, usually it's probably like it sort of like depends. So if you're like generally mentally sort of in that moment of being depressed, like then I guess it depends on the person as well. Like some people like maybe then excuse it and like they're not, but sort of depends. So with the person I was talking to, it was like when they were depressed, it was like, oh no, I need to stop this. This is so bad. I'm ruining my life, blah, blah, blah. So much regret, guilt, whatever. Um, and then in that moment, they were like, in that like grandiose sense, they were like, oh, well, but actually it's like fine. And I'm just like sexually like open and I'm just like other people are just like really sex negative and I'm just sex positive, blah 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 and whatever. So they were like, while this like isn't inherently like wrong, right? It was still like excusing to then start the addiction again. And I feel like this is why sort of like porn addiction is so like hard to sort of combat, because it's like not something which is like inherently negative. Um, well, yeah, I guess like the porn is inherently negative, but it's because masturbation is like so close connected to it. It's like a weird situation where like if you just take the porn out of it, you probably didn't fix your addiction. Um, because you will probably sort of like, I don't know, just masturbate in a way where it's like you're still addicted. Um, and yeah, not masturbating at all is like essentially like there's like, I don't know, yeah, it's like not, it's just not a thing which is like inherently bad. It's like, I guess it's like sort of the same thing with like spending money on clothes or like buying clothes which are cheaper or something, or buying new things. Like sometimes it's like nice and good to buy new things, right? But like if it's an addiction, it's like you're overdoing it here. And the sort of relationship to that whole topic needs to change. So yeah. Hi, Kivyoko. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Exactly, because there's no measure. It's like so dependent on the relationship, and you can so easily sort of like gaslight yourself into like, oh, it's like entirely fine, blah blah blah. Mm, it's called addiction as well. Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Like this is like we're like super like at the end of this topic. Um, but yeah, definitely. Like it's a way of like thinking. It's like well, we talked about this before, but anyways, um, it's how do I put this in as little words as possible? um, no, I'm not gonna try. But yeah, yeah, yes, I agree with you. This is not the point where we're stuck right now. We're past this already. um, I was surprised by what they said earlier before all of that and how they found therapists useless ordeal, which I kind of don't know what to think about. It's crazy to me because personally I had a very bad experience where the therapist was very religious, how he left mid-session to stress smoke and telling me I will end up in hell, and how he will use all his power to get me locked up in a mental institute. So I guess it's just my traumatizing experience per se. Very scary to me. Wow. Okay, wait. How are you surprised about it then? Because this is like going sort of like in line with your own personal experience, no? Or how do you mean this? The amount of bad therapist stories I hear here, by the way, is unholy. Like, trust me, people, there's good therapists out there, okay? Like, my therapist can't be the only good one. Like, for sure not. But Jesus Christ. Because what the hell is that story like? About that statement. What? Like, we're not disagreeing on anything here, right? Like, I feel like you're talking to me like you're disagreeing with me, but I'm not disagreeing with you. So I'm sort of like, what is happening right now? Okay. You mean you go? Because Yagao was stated that they are going to church, and they don't believe in, like, they don't think therapists are much help. So that's why you're like, uh, okay. Huh, interesting. That's actually not the way I interpreted it. Um, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna give you my interpretation real quick. So for me, wait, let me go back to the message. Blah blah blah. Um, so for me, it's definitely like it's sort of like I guess it's sort of like a tiny bit of like I put a mark on like I'm going to church. Especially when like what I found like concerning is that they are sort of like punishing themselves with like because they splash themselves with cold water when they feel that urge, which is a thing where I'm like, okay, that's not okay. Seems like sort of like a church type situation that you're punishing yourself. Like I don't think punishing yourself like really works in any case. So I don't really believe in that part. And like with the church thing, I don't know if it's connected, but it's just sort of where I make like a sort of like a note thing of like this might be connected to belief. Um, and especially then when the like guilt and disgust is like so high, because this could also be connected to like the belief that there is like I don't know, that like that there's just more on top. Like if you think you get in hell if you do it, there's like more pressure than like just not being a bad person and it like ruining your life. It's like a different type of pressure. So it's like that was something where I wanted sort of to find it out, but we didn't get a proper answer on that, sadly. And then we didn't really have a lot of time. Um, but with the part of like, this is the first time talking to a therapist, and I didn't really believe that therapists are much help as long as I'm aware of what I'm dealing with. It's actually something where I feel like, okay, this is something like a lot of people believe in. Like so many people think that like if you're aware of your own problems, you're just gonna manage on your own and you don't need to bother anybody, especially no therapist. And like therapists are only for the people who fail to solve their own problems. But if you don't fail to solve your own problems, then you like don't need anybody, blah blah blah. So it's such a like common is it like it's such a common belief, you can't even call it misconception because there's nothing like but it's such a common belief that it was just like, yeah, okay, like that, yeah, I heard that 1,000 times already. Um, but I didn't really like connect it to the like to the church thing. And I don't think it's something where I would say like I don't know, like, like you never know the situation of the person. Like maybe they are like in a very religious family as well, right? And then they like maybe can't get therapy on this because like other people don't approve of a therapist and stuff like this. It also is like scary to people to seek out a therapist, and there's like a huge barrier. So like the barrier can be there for like multiple things at all. Um, so I don't know. I don't really like, it definitely could be one of those things where like this is definitely like worse because church is involved. Um but doesn't need to, I guess. Um but I do think that like I don't know like what they believe about like porn specifically, right? But we definitely know they want to like stop their porn addiction, which in any case is good. But I totally agree with you that porn is like that's what I was saying. Like porn addiction is like always like a net negative, but it's so weird that it's so like confusing because like masturbation is so close connected to this. So because yeah, if it would just be about the porn, it would be like yeah, just like this is like inherently bad. It's like smoking. It's just like making life worse. It's not fixing any issues. It's just making life worse. Period. Because yeah, it's like shaping false expectations and it's inherently fake. Um, but yeah, such a weird topic because it's like so, or such a like hard thing to get out of because it's like so connected to like normal masturbation. Yeah. So like definitely like it could have something to do with like s- yeah, with church, but we don't really need to judge that at this point. Like I feel like it's definitely interesting if we get more into it. Um because it might be something which sort of needs to get out of the way to be able to like get over it because the church is dealing a lot like I don't know like trying to fix a lot of problems with shame which is not really working well on like a sort of average basis. So I don't know, like we might get to the point somewhere where we sort of like address that. But I feel like as long as it's not necessary, I will not pull faith into this because it's making shit really complicated. Yeah. Hmm? Yes. Oh, what is this one? No, no. Hmm. Yeah, I know, but it was like so. It tastes so. Like the cheese tastes so much. It makes me like. I don't know. It has like a weird. You know, that's why I was eating like half of this and then half of the other one because it was like meh. No, I started with this one. But thank you for thinking about me. Yeah, it's fine. We can make food later. Um. But anyway, to me, I really value your opinion, and that's why I always ask if you think what I'm saying is correct or not. You seem rather very intelligent, rather very intelligent. I love that, and knowledgeable, and how you share your wisdom with us is something I really love about you. So no, we're not disagreeing on anything. Love you too. You're right. I already love having white milk and chat. Because whoever you are, you're really making sure I drink enough, which is a good thing. Because it's low-key like I'm probably autistic, and it's like really hard for me to sort of like notice my bodily like I don't know like feelings I guess needs whatever. Especially when I'm like in my head and like doing a lot of like intellectual stuff. The cheese tastes like 3 days of one socks. Yeah, I just like honestly it kind of does. Like it just tastes so much, like it's so intense. It's just like if it would be like thinly sliced then like okay, nice. But it's such a thick like slice of cheese and because it's like this like soft weird cheese, you know? I don't know. I drank like nearly half a liter, okay? I'm fine for the next half hour. I can't drink too much. But yeah, definitely. I don't and like last thing I want to say is sort of like with the like church thing. Um I don't know, like it could have something to do with that, right? But also like the reason to why I don't want to like sort of like bring that up, like if it's not necessary and we don't know, is like we don't know. Like there is definitely like sort of like from like an experience point of view, the possibility seems high. But yeah, it doesn't need to be the case. And at the same time, um, it also is something where like we can only like um we don't want to give like unsolicited advice or opinion, right? And I feel like if somebody wants to believe, that's something they can entirely do, right? And I feel like at some point we might like sort of like point out how shame is like not helpful as like a concept. But yeah, it's like not about the belief itself. And I feel like believing itself and like being religious is not like inherently bad, even though statistics sort of give us like a negative bias about that. And I don't know, like if I would make a new planet, I might leave that out. But we're here right now, and there's definitely people who are religious who are like really nice people, right? Um, so I feel like, especially because belief so often is such like an interpretive thing, right? It's actually might be more helpful to not be like, A, stop believing, but to be instead like, hey, shame is really unhelpful, and here's why. Because then they can like believe, but just like let the shame out of it. So. Oh my god, that thing with water poisoning, I didn't know. And then I read a case from America where a woman actually like took part in some like contest of like drinking as much water as possible, or like 10 liters in like 10 minutes or whatever. And she actually died. And she wanted to like win like a PlayStation for her kids or something. And she actually fucking died. And so the contest essentially was baiting somebody to kill themselves because like by design this was really dangerous, right? Because of water poisoning. But because the people who like did this and never fucking checked if this is like good or bad, unhealthy or healthy, because they just thought like, well, it's water, like duh. Yeah. She died. She left behind 2 kids. So since then, I know of water poisoning. That story stuck in my head. Rent free. And welcome, Pyro. How are you doing? Pyro, you always join so late recently. I'm like low-key already going to the point of like ending the stream now. But we haven't heard your news. Not my fault, I have school. Fair. Mm, damn. Yeah. So, let us know. What did you do for origami, for your crush, and how did it go? Did it go well? Yes. I mean, already spoiler that you're doing well. Amazing, actually. Milk in their bloodstream. Sure. Mm. Hmm. I feel like it would be healthy if I go to the Albertine as well. Just like move a little bit, you know? Okay. The only place where I drink real milk is with tea. Anything else I use soya milk for. First day we had some talking, I confessed, and then she said she'd have to think about a bit because she fell very quickly, but she decided rather quickly, so we made things official on Friday. And the origami was just a present because I also just like origami, so why not make something for her, right? So you have a girlfriend? Is that what you're saying? Mm. Aww. Nice. Nice. I'm glad. I'm really glad. I hope you two enjoy your time. I bet she really liked the origami. I think it's a really cute present. Nice. Oh, amazing, amazing. Love that. Oh, that's really nice news. It's a very famous saying. By the way, I don't know what you mean, like with like personalities. You mean like bigger, like bigger dicks? Like, what do you mean with bigger personalities? Ah, oh, Pyro, I'm so glad for you. Like after the whole time, like with the other girl of like not knowing and like being like weirdly in that situation, whatever. And now you at least found somebody who knew. And I hope that goes on, you know, long, long and healthy. So it's a thing they're told their kids of like what? So did they only tell that to girls then, or did they also tell that to boys? And it's like for girls it's this, and for boys it's that. 2 grand a week to milk. Yeah. It does feel better to like someone who likes you back, right? I'm glad that you like finally got over the situation with the other girl. And got over the unreciprocated love. Brittle bones. Yeah, so nobody told me that. I never liked milk. I drink it in like tea and that's it. Oh, I hate the taste of milk. I just like Zeg is sometimes drinking like just like that a glass of milk. Where I'm like, ugh. Oh. But yeah, some people like that apparently. I don't. We're both really awkward though, since it's our first real relationship. I see. If you can, try to be really open about that awkwardness. Like, try to be open about the confusion and not knowing, and like sharing that and sort of like finding the best solution together for both of you. Like, this is like how like me and Zach sort of made our relationship like work back then. It's like we both didn't have a lot of a plan. Um but yeah, like we talked to each other and just were able to actually share a connection through this feeling of like not knowing and being confused and stuff like this. Because otherwise this confusion can actually break up relationships. Because people don't know what they like, that they can sort of shape the relationship to their liking, and then they just can't fulfill, like at some point they feel like they can't fulfill the expectations anymore, even though only society put them into that relationship as like through themselves, instead of it actually being like sort of like wanted or necessary by the other person. So I don't know, and I feel like it can be a really beautiful thing to like feel connected in this like new endeavor and new adventure, and just talking to each other about like what you would like and what you wouldn't. So yeah. Bye, Pyro. Always just so short here. See you the next time, Pyro. Honestly, though, like how who walked up to the cow and was like, "Ma'am, stand still for a second, please." I don't know. And why text if you could just live with them for real? I personally am such a U-Haul person. I'm in a straight relationship and we essentially U-Hauled. Like, yeah. like when we first came together, we spent like every day together. And uh, then before school was over, I was essentially like halfway living at his place, like at his mom's place actually. Um, and then his mom threw us out, and then we lived at my place, so at my mom's place. Um, and then we moved into our first apartment together. So I don't know, like since we got together, I feel like we haven't been apart. Like there was one holiday where my family and I went to like Mauritius and Madagascar, and my mom decided that like he couldn't come because she was like, "I'm sorry, but if we get more people, we're gonna need to rent two cars, and the holiday is gonna be so much more expensive, and I don't think it's gonna be cheap anyway." Um, and uh, that holiday was like 5.5 weeks. But apart from that holiday, we have never been that long apart from each other. Like the longest we've been apart from each other, I think, like apart from that holiday, have been like 2 weeks or something. Like really, really not long. Like other couples are like sort of like, oh, like my partner is pissing me off, like I can't like stand like to be like, I feel so like whatever, like crammed out when my partner's around. Like, not us. We we hang around each other the entire time. Sorry, white milk. Yep, 5.5 weeks was a long time. Favorite moment about it? Honestly, that holiday was the best. Sadly, like Madagascar and Mauritius is like absolutely not as great as it has been. Like it's really, I don't know. Like on Mauritius was so much trash actually. Really freaking annoying. The like all of the corals are essentially dead. And just like overgrown by algae, and that's it. Um, and there's like so many of these like uh what are they called? Sea urchins, like the black spiky things, which are all over the place and way more than before. So snorkeling was like really difficult actually. Um, and you sadly like really notice that they're not as secluded or like not as separate from our Western society anymore. Because we made like two big holidays. One was in like 2012 on the Philippines, and that one was really, really nice and really eye-opening and really cool. Because it essentially like showed us people live with way less but are still happy. Um, on Madagascar, it wasn't the case. There was a really harsh boundary between you're a tourist and we try to get as much money from you as possible. There was not much initiative to actually like show us their culture or whatever. Like it was a really like you could feel the resentment towards tourists, which is something I don't like blame them for. Like honestly, they still have a really weird relationship to France, where essentially their like main language is like French. And anybody who has been able to like go to school and learn French is at some point like moving to France, which essentially leaves like no one who's actually like building up Madagascar, because everybody who's like able to achieve anything or like able to like pay for it is like moving over to France. They have a lot of issues on that island. I think my favorite part was though to So we were at one place, which was like a hotel right next to a nature reserve, and it was like we got like one of those it was like one of our like more expensive hotels we were at, but we wanted to be like right next to the park because actually one side of our like tiny like apartment was actually facing the nature reserve. And it's like it was basically a jungle. Um, and then like some monkeys actually came, and in the morning or in the evening, I don't even know when it was, were sitting on the porch of our neighbors. And our neighbors like gave them like opened the window like a tiny bit and like threw them like a banana and then like closed it again. Um, and so like we could see the monkeys like really really close. And then the funniest part was when like before they left, they just pissed on their porch. And that was so funny. Like I'm really sorry for them because I think monkey piss really smells bad. But that was really funny. Because we were all like so excited. We were all like, "Wow, like look at the monkeys, blah blah blah." And then we were like, "Oh, what is he doing now?" And then and everybody was like, "Ah, what is happening now?" And then he just pissed on their porch. So it was like the comedic timing of this was like really really impeccable and really funny. Um, so yeah, yeah. So that was really funny. But at some point we also saw whales actually, and that was also really cool. Um, but yeah, I think that was the best part about it. Was the Philippines scary? I know the people are so sweet and loving. They also love singing. Scary because I heard so many crimes. Um, I don't know. Like to be fair, like so we landed with our plane on the like in the main city, Manila, like in their main city. Um, and we got a taxi driver there, and we didn't even have a hotel or like any apartment rented. Because my mom was like, "Yeah, we're just gonna like find one," but we arrived at the evening, like it was already getting dark, and our taxi driver was like, what do you mean you don't have like a hotel yet? Like you can't walk around in the darkness here in the main street. Like people are gonna like fucking kill you, like bro. Um, and we were like, okay. So he was like, okay, let me make some calls. Like I'm gonna like utilize my contacts here. So he called up with some like hotels and stuff, and then we like found a hotel. It was like so we were like on a budget here, so like, the hotel wasn't like great or something. Like we had like mattresses on the floor and stuff. Because actually in the Philippines they don't really like plan mattresses for kids. Like kids are usually just sleeping on the floor. And then we like weird people came around and actually wanted like mattresses. So then they had to like get extra mattresses and stuff. But so it worked out. But apart from that, like we only stayed like one night or 2 nights. No, I think 2 nights we stayed in the main city. And it stunk and it wasn't really pretty. And yeah, like he told us, okay, don't be outside anymore if it's dark. Like you really need to be careful here. And we just believed them. Like we didn't make any like experience ourselves. We believed them. We were in the hotel room once it was dark. Anyways, nothing happened. And then we flew to the next island because we basically did like island hopping on the entire in the entire Philippines. So we were in like from Manila. I don't know the order anymore. But we went to Cebu. We went to like the main city in Cebu, or maybe Cebu is no, Cebu is actually also the name of the main city in Cebu, like on Cebu, I think. And then we went to the other part of Cebu, and then we went to Coron with this white island, and then we went to not Borneo, but something with B, I don't know. And then we went to Palawan as well, and we were at 2 different places at Palawan, and also did island hopping from Palawan. And I feel like that might have been it. And then we went back to Manila, and that was like 5 weeks. So it was really, really cool, and the people were like super, super nice. And I don't know, like we like apart from Manila and like this taxi driver telling us like don't be outside if it's dark, it felt entirely safe. And we didn't have like any problems at all. So I would definitely go back there. Like it was it was the best holiday I had. And this, like the generosity and kindness of these people is unmatched to this day. I don't know if they are still like this, but if they are still like this, it's unmatched to any other place I've been. And yeah. Like we at some point like they like also the people there like because they were so kind they really like showed us their culture as well, like and not for like money but actually just being like, oh yeah, you here, oh like we have like a banana plantage, like you want to like see and look at it, and we were like, yeah, we would love to, blah blah blah. And then they like showed us and around on their like banana plantage so we could see how like the bananas are actually like growing and stuff like this. And actually like when we wanted to give them money, like they didn't want to take it. So yeah, I don't know, like the people were like so nice. Some family had like the hotel we were at, and then like their sister had like a cashew nut business, and we were like, can we actually like see how they're made? And like they showed us around and like showed us all of that. And then we were like, so essentially my mom like let us like drive with because this one like, so her sister who's bringing us to that business had like a tiny scooter, so she like one by one sort of like brought everybody to that business. And I don't know, they had like so great food as well. Like they had like a cashew shake and unmatched. Like you can't make this with cashews which are available here. Um like the cashews there, like the fresh, they're not like fresh because like cashews have like a really big process of actually being edible. Because the like thing they're in, like there's, it's like essentially it's like a fruit. It's like one nut is inside like of like a, it's not a fruit. One nut is inside of like one, like the cashew fruit. So it's one cashew per like cashew fruit. So like think about that, like how cheap they are here. And then like inside that fruit, like around the cashew nut is actually like acid. And you can get like big like blisters and all of that, and like chemical like burns essentially from this. Like acid burns, I don't know. So you need to like open that fruit. You need to get the cashew out. You can't touch all of that. And then you need to like put the cashew, like you need to boil it. You need to like let it dry in the sun. Then you boil it again, I think. Then you let it dry in the sun again. And sort of like you do this like a couple times to get like all the acid, to strip all the acid from this nut, because the acid is like directly where the nut is. And if you have done all of that, you can eat it. So if you get cashews which are too fresh, you will actually feel like it will hurt by eating them. Like not like entirely, right? Because it's like too fresh doesn't mean like actually fresh, but just means like maybe like a cycle too little with like drying in the sun. But you will feel like after a few nuts, like your tongue will like hurt. Like when you eat like pineapple, like that you like that it hurts, like it's too acidic and it hurts. That will happen with cashews too. So yeah, cashews really fucking hard to make. A freaking joke how cheap they are here. Freaking joke. At the same time, the cashews you can buy here have like so little taste in comparisons to the like fresh. So like after this like whole process, like not getting this in your mouth anymore, but after this whole process, like at the Philippines, eating them from there. And so with the fresh cashews from there, fresh again and no, they made like cashew shakes, and oh my god, the best milkshake I ever had. So good, so good, so much taste actually. Was amazing. We had it like I think like every day we've been there. Um, yeah, was really really amazing. And the like so we were at this like tiny business, and it was just their like family business of making cashews. So we also bought cashews from them, but they showed us like their family business, right? And like, their two daughters were already like working in that business, and they were like I don't know, like 13 or something, I don't know, like not old. All of the people working there, like they didn't wear like any like gloves or anything. Because it's like it's the Philippines. It was like some like island, like where do you get them from, right? Um, they didn't wear any gloves. They all had these like acid burns on their hands, on their legs as well, because they were also like they're like doing it in shorts. So crazy. Like we are entitled here. Let's just period point blank. We're definitely entitled. Um, yeah. So that was like a really crazy experience. And that's why like I don't know, like knowing this, like getting this insight was honestly really valuable and definitely changed my life. Because they didn't hate their life, you know, like they really liked it. They were so happy, they were so excited. Um and that's just I don't know, that was really crazy to me because I really thought like how you feel has to do with what you experience. But it doesn't. It doesn't. Like you can have shit and be absolutely happy. And you can have everything and be entirely unhappy. So, yeah. But yeah, so I wouldn't go back to Madagascar or Mauritius. But I would really like to go back to the Philippines and see if it's still, and I hope that it's still like that. Also, most amazing snorkeling experience. When we were in Palawan, we did like an island hopping tour to like all the small islands to snorkel there, and it was so amazing. We saw so many different fish. It was really really amazing. We sadly back then didn't have any like underwater camera or something. That's really sad because that would have been so freaking sick. Yeah. But that was really cool. But yeah, so coming back to the thing, if it was safe, yeah. Like they're so nice to kids. Like I don't know if it's that safe for like a woman traveling alone or something, no idea. But like to us kids, they were like really, really nice. So yeah. Mm, so by the way, bye never meow alone. Already like super late anyways. Should I join the Discord server? But I don't want people knowing it's me. Oh, is your Discord account like connected to your to your identity or whatever? Because I don't know. Well, yeah. I guess I think you can actually change your name on the Discord or whatever, or you just make a new account or whatever. Um, or for white and milk. Yeah. I mean, it's fine to first sort of check if it's safe. Yeah. Um, I sent out the package today, by the way, to Ali with the dice. And she's so excited. It's giving me life. I like sent her the link and was like, posted it. And she was like, I'm gonna live on this link. Ah! Thank you so much. I'm going to be like a little kid on Christmas. Which fits well. Because I did put a little Christmas present in there. So can't wait for her to actually get it. Aww! I just got like a new comment on like one of my like Minecraft YouTube tutorials. Thank you for this cool Industrial Revolution tutorial. Your clear instructions and creative techniques made the build process enjoyable. Enjoyable. It's like not good, but enjoyable. It's like, it's decent. And damn, your tutorial hits different because it comes with actual deep and detailed explanations. Don't mind me. I'm famous. Oh my god, I love that so much. Yeah. Actually, only talk to me if you're subscribed. Whenever I make jokes like these, like I hope you sort of like low-key get the reference because you probably don't actually. Do you remember that like a couple I think it's years ago already. There's been this like female streamer going viral for having her what was it? Her chat was for all people, I think followers only. But she the entire time like it was low-key one of those things where it's like it's it low-key seemed like a do you know this kink of being like a a slave or something? Like a streamer who has viewers with that kink and is a dominatrix in that way going viral. And I know back then I had no idea about this, right? So it was really weird to me, and I think so many people actually didn't get that part because I know how upset everybody was because she had her followers only, so her chat only in like follower only mode. And then she complained the entire time when people were typing and chatting with her who didn't subscribe. And was like, you need to subscribe. Your followers since like 2 months. Like, what are you fucking talking about? You don't have the money for it. Like, do I look like I do this for free? Like, being like really, really pushy with this. Where I was like, okay. Like, back then I really felt like, damn. But like now I sort of realized, bro, like her whole gag was essentially just like being this style of like dominatrix for people with that kink. But then I don't know, somebody probably with rage has seen that or like hosted her or whatever, and then all of a sudden the outrage was there. Because people didn't understand this, right? And people were like, women are getting so entitled. And it was this whole thing going on about like, oh, like, man, these female streamers, blah, blah. It was really like, bro, it's one female streamer. It's not all of us. Like, what the fuck? Like, chill. But that was why it was like going so viral, sort of, because so many men were so pissed off by this, so offended by this, actually. Even though it was like she didn't like only talk to men, right? Like really didn't matter if you were like a girl or a boy in chat. Like it really didn't matter. But like, damn, like there were so many men being like really triggered, where it was like back then I didn't know of this king, right? So I low-key like I got the frustration how like she was so pushy about this, but at the same time I was like, bro, like this is not me. Like chill with your assumptions, because this is actually like how I then got in contact with this, because people got like literally complained in my stream about this, where I was like, what? Like people were seriously upset. Let's just leave it at that. Like it was a thing. It was a thing. Yeah, but yeah, so it's already like years ago or something. But yeah, I sort of like still make jokes around this because I thought it's so funny. And I also like honestly like like before, like she got so popular with this, actually. She got so popular. Like this was like, I guess, like it's like with Amaranth. Like it was such bad press, but there were so many people who didn't know her before, who then got to know her, who were like, actually, I'm into it. Let me give me your money. Like it was so, I don't know, it's like one of those things where I think like it's so funny, because it's like everybody, like it looks like everybody is mad, but that person is earning more than ever before. So it's like not everybody's mad. And I think at some point she actually put her chat in like subscriber only. And then some people actually subscribe to tell her that she's a dumb bitch, which is like the cherry on top. Yeah. I really love though how she got like money out of this backlash. Like she was going strong. Like I feel like honestly, not everybody could have pulled through like so much like backlash. So I feel like good for her. So, you know, like there's people getting insulted on the internet who don't get money for it. So like, you know. And that was honestly like, the stories she has are probably so wild, honestly. I don't know. Like she must have like crazy stories. I don't know if she's still going. Like maybe she like took the bag and then like left and is now living a peaceful, quiet life with all the money she make. made. Oh my god, imagine people could set the amount for their sub actually. Damn. I have no idea how much she made. No idea. I don't like, it's not in a range of like I'm around for whatever, right? So like. But I mean, definitely was money. I don't know if it was worth the like the whole stress thing, but I don't know. Maybe if she's like really into that kink, it was also like really not like didn't matter to her, right? So like yeah. But yeah, so funny. Oh. But it really like I think it's such a beautiful example actually on how you can essentially do whatever the fuck you want and you can still make it. Like this whole bullshit about like, oh no, but like you can't do that, or like you can't do this, or like society's gonna judge you, or like oh lo 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 lo. That no, this is not how you get rich. Actually, I feel like actually how you get rich is like if you, yeah. I don't know. Luckily, it's not only about being rich in life, but I don't know. I just love how it like completely defeats this like hidden, like this weird assumption we have that if you fit well in society, you're actually going to be successful because it's not that way. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Well, I feel like, I guess if you like committed for that, right? Like you're committed for it. So it doesn't really like matter too much. For the money back. Oh, yeah. There are so many things you can do to earn decent, like good amount of money. So you just need to like sell out yourself essentially. But phew, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't see it in that way, you know? I feel like I would see it in a way where if you have something you really feel like doing in life, and if you really want to do something very specific, don't feel held back or like you can't do it because there's no chance of being successful with it. I feel like that's what we should take away. But we should still do what we like. So yeah. All right. Um, Let me quickly go in the toilet, and then I feel like we might start into our like going offline routine. How about that? Okay, I'm back. All right. Let's do our cooldown routine. Stuttering, I couldn't talk at all. Every word was a stutter. Now I realize I haven't spoken at all today. Oh, stuttering is so annoying. Sorry, white milk. Like, this is like, stuttering is really like, I'm really sorry for you. Like, that really sucks. I feel like every like communication impairment is like really, really annoying. Because, I don't know, like communication is already hard enough. But is it also coming in waves? Like the insomnia, or? Actually, I might put like Christmas decor on today. We'll see if I like find the energy for it still, but I wanted to do it yesterday already. So like any day now. Randomly comes, but it's rare. Oh, that's freaking annoying. Do you know why it comes? Weird. Okay, so let's talk some more about this the next time. Because today I definitely have to go off. We still have to go shopping and then maybe put some Christmas decor on, who knows. And then I need to eat soon now. I'm getting like so hungry already. I actually also noticed how my throat is a little bit hurting from like all the talking. So definitely need a pause now. All right. So the first thing we do is so we have like a cool down, sort of like goodbye routine. And the first thing we're going to do is belly breathing, which is also called diaphragmatic breathing. I don't think that's correctly pronounced, but anyways. Or stomach breathing. And then the next thing it's going to do, we do a little bit of stretching. And then we're going to do all stars, which is actually the most fun about the entire stream. So for belly breathing, I can only recommend you do it too. It's like really nice. So you put like one hand on your belly, you put one hand here. You don't need to do the hand up here, but it's just sort of like it can, like if you're only starting out and doing it for the first time, it can be like really helpful. And then you want to take a deep breath in, but you want to breathe in a way that your upper hand here doesn't move. So you don't do like this. But you push your belly out. So like really breathe like deep into your belly down here. And after you breathe in, you sort of like some people do like a thing where they like hold their breath for like a certain amount of time and stuff like this. I just really like to do how I feel like. So it's like some breaths I'm gonna do like quicker, some others I'm gonna do like really like slow, just sort of like how I feel like in the moment. And so definitely just sort of like notice how you feel in a moment and hold it longer or less long, just like you want. But I can definitely recommend to try to do it rather slow. So, and by like, if you like breathe out, you like sort of like try to keep your lips closed and breathe out. This can like really help with anxiety and like emotional regulation, stress, yeah, all sorts of things. So, let's go. I'm actually gonna open my jeans for this. My jeans is like low-key restricting me. Yeah, that's better. This is putting air between my lungs. Airways. I'm confused. But it's fine. Yeah, it can feel weird sometimes in the beginning. Especially because we're usually not used to like breathing so much in the belly. So it actually can feel like we don't get like a full breath in because we don't do like, and then we have all this space, but we actually like use our diaphragm and like only, I don't know, like breathe deeper, but not essentially like a lot. Like air bubbles. Your airways. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I don't know about that. I never had that, so I'm not sure. Air bubbles. can't relate to that. I'm sorry. If it's really concerning, talk to a doctor. Okay. But I think this was good. There's like bubbles. You mean like this? Or no? Yeah, I expected it not to be that, but okay. This is concerning me. Talk to ChatGPT about this. Find out if it's something where you should contact your doctors. But for now, let's go on with stretching, actually. Like, I mean, it's probably fine, right? I guess, maybe. Maybe not, I don't know. Yeah. Talk to ChatGPT, ask if it's okay. So, because we like sit so long in these streams sometimes, it's good to like give yourself some like mobility and stretching a little bit. You drink Pepsi and you burp, it's like that but different. But wow, I still don't know why that would be. I'm gonna Google this after the stream. I think it's definitely something where it's like worth Googling about. So sit on the front of your chair. Just have your like feet like normal 90 degrees, you know. Have your hands hanging, both sides in direction to the floor. And then sort of just like go like 20 centimeters or something like lower with one arm at a time. Just go as low as like where you feel like on your side here. There's like a stretch or it's getting like exhausted. Like don't go as far as it's like, I don't know, where it's like really like where it's like painful or like super stretchy. Just go like a little bit and then stay on one side a little bit, go to the other side, stay there a little bit. But essentially you want to go like directly downwards. So your arm should like sort of stay in the same position. But you just reach down with one arm. And because so this is a exercise I learned from my chiropractor. Because when you sit for a long time, apparently your lower back especially gets like really immobile and really stuck. So if you do this, you actually like sort of like wiggle some mobility back into your body, and especially for the like lower vertebrae. Almost down. You don't need to be like really exhausted. It's just, I don't know, like you should feel it at all. But that is usually already like when I sort of stop. So I just go a bit lower and then, but I guess, yeah, I do. Like there's definitely a stretch if you go like lower, like more of a stretch. But I don't think it's actually necessary to go that low. Like it shouldn't actually, like it shouldn't be like an exercise or something. This is only supposed to be like a, I don't know, like a tiny stretch, you know? Definitely try to like stay, like don't go to the front, you know, but like stay in, uh, like you were sitting up straight before, right? And then just like go lower. So don't make like a round back to the front, but just go sideways. you've done that a couple times, your lower back should have like a little bit of mobility again, or like more than before. And in essence, what we try to do now is we stand up and we just shake a little bit. Just like whatever part of your body feels like it needs blood flow and feels like stuck, just sort of shake it. And if you don't feel that, just sort of like shake every part of your body and see how that feels. Like if it feels good, do it longer. If it doesn't feel good, don't do it anymore. But yeah, just sort of like, give yourself like some blood flow again. Because usually when we sit, it's like really like, like we don't really move. And it's like, can like make our bodies sort of like get like really, how do you say that, like really sleepy, really like bad blood flow, bad oxygen, I don't know, circle, whatever. And then you can like do like some stretches. This is weird, smacking him out. Oh, that's fine. So you do some stretches like this. And then some arm stretches. Always twist my back so it only gets the middle or a little bit up. Yeah. So, I feel like this can feel really good for the body to just sort of like really get that like blood flow going, and I don't know, like just wake up your body, I guess, and give some mobility back. Don't get like too sort of like tight, and yeah, relax your muscles again. Yeah, especially if like, we do have to say like this stream is like, it is like a little bit emotional, like tiring, and whenever you like usually talk about emotions, like they're like, if you're uncomfortable, it's for example like a thing which happens for me a lot. It's like I'm really one of those people where I'm like, if I get like tense, like my shoulders raise. And that's why like my upper back is like really, really tense a lot of the time. And that's where my like chronic headache is actually coming from. Well, actually, we don't necessarily know that, to be fair. We don't know if like what is starting it. Like I could also like get tense from being in pain. So it's like really weird, complicated thing. For this stretch, is like you can have like one hand behind your back, you can have it here, you can sit on it actually. Sort of depends on your personal preference. And then you like put your head like 45 degrees. You put your hand here. And just like you don't like pull, like not with strength. You just have your hand laying on your head. And this more stretch your muscles like right here, which are actually the ones which are most prominent for like migraine and headaches. Really like don't try to do these things as like an exercise, but try to relax while doing this. And you can also do that to the front, but with a straight back. So like pull your belly button in, sit straight, and then do it. Because doing it with a round back is like a different exercise. Then you can like touch your ear here, do it to the side. You can also then like put your head like to the front and do it like from your ear to like the back part of your head. It's like changing the position a little bit of the stretch. Not too stiff. If I get stiff or anything, I gotta move that part 24/7. Hmm. Oh, this one is. This stretch, I like instantly notice my headache getting worse. So this is probably where it's actually coming from right now, or how it has to do with it. Okay. All right. Okay. Get nausea from moving my neck in specific ways. Hmm. Interesting. That dizziness. Hmm. I mean, maybe could be a little bit too much. Maybe like too much stretch or something. But I don't know. Maybe it could also like be worth to check that out with like a doctor. But like it's, I guess with all symptoms, it's like there's like a bunch of things have the same symptoms, and so it really, I don't know, always matters on a personal case. So let's get to our last point of business here today, which is All Stars. So I don't know if you know this. Can I get checked with the doctor if I'm gonna be paralyzed? Yeah. Like, I mean, there's definitely like for some people it is like it could be that way, right? But yeah, for a lot of people it isn't. But that's why like I don't know with the like head part and like getting nausea or like dizziness. I don't know with the head, it's like a lot of things can sort of like be symptoms of like neurological things. And then knowing you have insomnia, I don't know, like might be interesting. But yeah. It's like I don't know. I low-key like in that way to sort of like talk to like ChatGPT and like let him know like or let them know like all of my like symptoms and then be like, is that anything to be concerned about? Yes or no? And then like I don't know, like ChatGPT is usually like able to like give a picture of like okay, like in that circumstance with all of these other symptoms, yes. In that circumstance without any of the other systems, no. So apart from that, always calling with the doctor's office, also really easy. Because usually you don't even need to talk to a doctor specifically, but you can also like only talk to the like secretary, like nurse on the first phone, and they can like they have sort of like checklists, but I already know like in which direction to go from there. So, but I think like honestly, like rather ask than like ask and get like no, this is like nothing to be concerned about. They're like not asking, and then it's something to be concerned about. I don't know. Like, I don't like doctors myself, but I do know, like, since my chronic headache, that I actually should have went to the doctor more because then I maybe wouldn't have chronic headache now. Because now that it is chronic, it's like way harder to actually fix because you don't really know what came first. It's like now it's with the chicken and the egg. It's like too far away that you like have any idea. Um, yeah, but you do you. Anyways, so All Stars as a concept. Um, oh, yeah. I mean, that makes sense, right? So annoying, but it's apparently nothing to be concerned about. So with All Stars, I don't know if you know it, but essentially what we're now gonna do. So everybody who's still here is definitely invited to take part in this. Um, because like everybody who's here, just tell me your favorite moment about stream. Doesn't have to do with me. It can be like what another person said. But it's just sort of like, yeah, your favorite moment in stream here today. Um, I'm gonna start, I think. I might start. Oh, I feel like today the favorite moment is really hard actually to say. Um, oh, there were so many good moments. I'm just gonna start. So I really I actually low-key really liked the talk about porn addiction we had. I didn't expect that multiple people would be able to like sort of like take part in this. Like I sort of like low-key expected it to be like, okay, we talk about this now, but like maybe like nobody can do something with this. But I don't know, like the way like then like Never Meow Alone also like took part in it and was like, yeah, I like two friends with this and blah blah blah. It was so, I don't know, it was so much more wholesome than I thought, really. Um and even though there was not much time, which was a little bit frustrating, um I still really liked how it was like this really, how Yagao had like so much motivation to actually like, okay, like I want to get over this. Like, how do I do this? Mm. Like there was so much like determination and like sort of like this goal in his head. Um, and I think especially about a topic like this, it was really nice to, yeah, to see that sort of like my stream is a safe space for this. Um, apparently. um, because I feel like it's definitely a sensitive topic. Because I feel like there's like more judgment sort of like um attached to it maybe. So I think it was sort of like, I didn't expect we would have this topic. Um because I just thought like, oh, like people are like gonna be like way too scared to actually like come to me and like talk to this, like especially since I'm a woman. And yeah, apparently not. So I felt like that was really cool. Um and yeah, it was a really interesting talk about addiction in general. Like I feel like addiction is in general like a really interesting topic. Um so I feel like that was a really interesting talk. Mm, yeah. Um Another moment I guess I really appreciated was um oh yeah, I thought it's also, it was like really cute how like Giga was sort of like, oh okay, so you're like in a talk with like white belt now and like I'm gonna wait, like it's fine. And then you were like, okay, like I feel like we're done, like now you go. Like I feel like that was really cute, that was really wholesome. It was really like this thing of, I don't know, like just considering each other, and I don't know, I think it was really, really cute and wholesome. That was so nice to see. Mm, mm. Hi, Fireshark. Yeah, of course. Welcome, welcome. We're in the moment doing all stars for this stream. Hmm. So the other thing I really loved um was Fluffy sharing his experience about sort of like being faced with like like the health of his father getting worse. Because I feel like it's I don't know, it's really hard for Fluffy to be vulnerable like this. So I think it was a big step. Um and I guess I'm really grateful that he trusts me and this community enough to do that. Uh yeah, Fluffy's like a yeah, well, member of this community. I don't. um, but yeah, like his name has like Fluffy, so. mm, and I honestly also really liked how Fluffy expressed how it's actually like sort of like hard for him um to like see me feel sort of like the impact um these like news have on me. um yeah, because I feel like that was a really interesting conversation. um because I guess it's like it can be like quite uncomfortable to sort of like see me be like negatively influenced by something you tell me. And I think it was like a really interesting part actually um to talk about how it can make, I guess, like, yeah, make you uncomfortable as well. um and also like important to talk about how this is um I don't know, like how it's fine if I'm sad. Like if you tell me something sad and I get sad because of that, like that's fine. And I don't mind it and I don't regret it, and it's not something I don't want to feel. It's not something where I feel like it's bad that I feel it. And I'm really like, just because I'm sad doesn't mean it's like someone needs to make me happy now, but that I can like it's it's just part of human emotions. And it's like if it's making you uncomfortable, then like definitely like share, like say that. um but like I don't know, like that you guys don't need to worry about me in that capacity. And yeah, that I'm fine with that. And I think it's something which might sort of go like unsaid sometimes. So I feel like it was really like good to, I guess, like bring that up and bring up the situation of like what to, I guess, do with this like discomfort of your stories like meaning something for the people around you. Um, but it's like okay if they get sad because of it. and that it's not something which is like which needs to be fixed or which is like bad or whatever, but um which is fine, you know. Yeah. When I said hello. Yeah. Never be all alone with the food is definitely always coming in clutch. The amount of good food she makes is insane, honestly. Like at some point she had like a cake business. So yeah. I still need to try those recipes. What emotion I got? I just got sad because he told me about his like um him sort of like facing that issue that like he was at home on the weekend and he's noticing how the health of his father is like getting worse and worse, and it's sort of like a hard thing to see and experience. So yeah. And yeah, so then I don't know, yeah, I of course like also got sad um while like empathizing with him, and then he sort of like felt the need to like make a joke to like make me like unsad again. But yeah, it's like fine, you know, like it doesn't it doesn't need to be fixed or anything. So yeah. Yeah, I feel like gratefulness is definitely like, I don't know, always like every emotion is like important, I think actually. But yeah, like noticing like the positive aspects of your life is definitely like, I don't know, just something which is gonna like make it easier to have like a positive outlook on life, I guess. Cake, yeah, cake. So yeah. Oh, and then of course the good news from Pyro, and that Pyro has a girlfriend now. Like that was amazing. I was like a tiny bit spoiled of this, maybe though. Mm. Aw. That sounds also like you might actually like sort of like, is it a problem also with like getting um how you say this, but like twitching in a way where like can make your like muscles ache, or you can like pull something, you know, and then it's like staying around. Mm. Mm. Damn, that sounds really annoying. I really hope you're gonna get a good night's sleep today. Hopefully. And I just remembered one more thing, actually. It's that Never Meow Alone, when she told me that, like, she really values my opinion. That I seem rather very knowledgeable and intelligent. And the way I like share things, that she really likes the way I do that. That was a really, really nice compliment and a really special compliment, I think. I'll let you know if I slept. I hope I hear good news. Ooh, the stream was suggested to you. Interesting. Huh. Maybe Twitch stopped hating me, actually. Because I, like, back then, like, I was streaming in German, and only like a couple, 1 year ago, maybe, or something. I don't know, maybe 2, I don't know. I switched to English, actually. Because I, like, moved to the Netherlands, and I don't know, it's just, you know. And yeah, like, it was really, like, a really hard adjustment for Twitch, I think, for, like, to sort of, like, understand where to put me in the algorithm. So I don't know. I'm glad that now apparently my stream is being shown to people which aren't German. Because a lot of Germans are like, it's not that I hate Germans or anything, right? But a lot of Germans actually want to watch German streams and not English ones. So it's just the sort of, like, rate of that, like, conversion, like, working is really trash. Yeah. So I'm glad you did too. I really appreciated how you thought about me having to drink. That was so nice. Because I really do. And I really appreciated your vulnerability too. I feel like, I don't know. I already feel like really connected to you, you know? Even though we already met, we only met today. Because you shared something which holds so much meaning. All right, party people. I've been live for like 6.5 hours. So we gonna wrap up the stream here. Yeah, I feel like probably everybody has Discord already, but here's Discord. And here's my shop. And then my Etsy is, like, linked on this under the stream, because yeah, like, this is okay. This is information I do not need. I mean, that came out wrong. So, okay. Like, I'm not sure how that's okay. So hit me how that is meant. You're gonna drink milk in the shower, or you just gotta, like, go shower? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I get it. Like, a shower can be really, really like, really nice. you tried, you know, like you tried to make it work. English is a hard language. uh, that was I think that's actually one of my new favorite moments of the stream. I was like, okay, this is going. This is like a new side of yours. Oh my god, I was in shock for a second there. Jeez. Yeah, like Loki concerned. um. Oh, but yeah, I get it. Okay, so you enjoy your shower. Enjoy your regular shower. And then we're gonna see each other the next time. And yeah. Do you think it's best to be emotionally available or unavailable in modern life? Definitely available. I feel like being unavailable in like any life is not beneficial. I don't. I always think that there's going to be moments in life which hurt. And I feel like if we're emotionally unavailable, we need to deal with all of them on our own. While if we are emotionally available, we can get help with these. So this is a big question to throw in right when I wanted to end. But yeah, definitely to be emotionally available. Just because of biology as well, because we literally like know from studies. There's been this one study made where they, I think maybe like I told you about it, but I definitely told Stream at some point. That there's been an experiment made where like people were shocked and they should like describe like how much like pain they felt. And then they were holding the hand of a person really close to them, and then they were shocked with the same amount, and then they should like note how much pain that was. And they found out essentially that if you have a person you love hold your hand, you literally the same amount of like electricity, so essentially the same amount of pain, you feel as less pain. You experience as less painful. So yeah. We also know that if you're socially connected, which is like having like really good social connections only possible if you're emotionally available, it's you literally have better survival chances. You have better chance of survival. Your health is better. Your health, if you're elderly, is better. Like you have like loneliness and social isolation is deadlier than smoking. So, is it fine if I ask one more question? Go for it. I'm gonna like look up that one. No, that's not the. Nope. Jesus Christ. They have made so many articles on this. Let me find the one I want. Here's the study on like loneliness, where it essentially like explains how much of an impact that has. It's really crazy. Yeah. What if you have a girlfriend, many friends, good family, are popular? If you have a girlfriend, many friends, good family, are popular, but you still feel a human void, like you're not connected to anyone. This is really common. This is like it really like it honestly like this is what I mean. Like this is essentially like the difference of being emotionally available versus unavailable. Like you can have lots of people around you. If you don't connect to anybody on a deeper level, you still will feel isolated because you don't share your inner world with them, right? So if you're emotionally available, you will not feel that human void, but you will feel connected. You won't feel alone, isolated, and you will be able to have these like deeper connections and make these deeper connections with people around you. To the airport being like shifting in the airways when you stretch, ribs open up and your lungs expand more than usual. That can make mucus move, creating crackles, bubble, feeling tiny pops when breathing in and out. This is super common when tired, dehydrated after you've been lying down a long time, you haven't slept. Damn. But that means stretching is really good actually when insomnia makes muscles tight. You're the only person I share my inner thoughts to. Well, hopefully we can change that. But yeah, it's like I've been there too. And there's a really hard situation when you like, especially I feel like if you have people around you, but you just don't, you still feel isolated. But it's really, I don't know, like if you don't put yourself out there and like you can't really connect to them. Like if there's, you can only connect on a deeper level if you are vulnerable and let people reach you on that level, right? Hopefully for the other parts as well. It's not really hard. It's just boring and agitative. Huh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean that too, right? Um, it can definitely just be irritating. Yeah. Enjoy the shower. White box, see you then. I honestly like I do like I definitely get this part with boring. Um because it's just I don't know like what you're left with, right? If you don't really connect with people on this deeper level is shallow talk. Like shallow small talk. And honestly, like nothing is more annoying and boring than shallow small talk. And it feels like nothing matters and it's just like I don't know, it can even feel like you don't really want to like listen to people and you're not interested in their life because like what the fuck are they telling you? So I don't know, but that's also like you can also fix that by talking about more meaningful things, right? And sharing that like inner world. I mean, really depends on what people see from you, right? Like I might be a shallow people to some. Well, Not really sure, to be honest, because I've been quite intense my entire life. But I bet to some people I'm a shallow person because the only thing I showed them was probably shallow. To some people, I'm a shallow person because they just interpret what I'm showing them as shallow. To other people, I'm a really like intense, sort of like deep connecting person. But yeah, it really sort of depends on what you put out there. And that's sort of like changing the entire thing, right? So I don't know. I don't think anybody is actually shallow, to be honest. I feel like a lot of people have learned that deep emotions and big emotions are scary, that they can't regulate them or handle them. I think a lot of people have learned that big emotions are maybe really frustrating or disappointing because they learned in like as a kid that when they were like really excited about something, they always were like super shut down by the people around them. So now, as sort of like a defense mechanism, they don't get excited about anything anymore to not feel that big of disappointment if they get shut down because they just expect to be shut down. So it can come from like multiple different stories, right? Like this is just one of them. But yeah, I don't know, like there's a lot of things you might be right now which are just trained, and you could change. Like we can change in a whole bunch of different ways. So like I'm definitely a different person than from before therapy. I'm yeah, I'm trying pyro. I'm trying to go offline actually. um um I don't actually I'm really really specific about mods. Um so I had mods in the past, but I actually like unmodded them. Not because like all of them were bad or anything, but just because I feel like I don't know, like I want to have like perfectly figured out what I expect from my mods. Um, so I don't know. Also, like I don't think I need a mod right now. Like I did have like really like basically nothing to moderate. So I feel like it would be beneficial for you to take part in this community without being a mod. You know? So also like don't I don't know. I feel like it's better to not put that pressure on you, you know? But how I would describe my own emotional worlds, I'm a really intense person. Oh, white milk. I don't think so. Little sis absolutely love the things I made, by the way. That's so cute. So, I don't know, yeah. My emotional world, I'm a really intense person. Um, I definitely carry with me a lot of the things I experienced as a kid. I had a really troubled childhood. Um, I have childhood trauma. I was going through depression. I'm past suicidal ideations. I had anxiety. I uh, had like low key PTSD. I'm probably neurodivergent. I'm also gifted, so I'm. What it low key means is that I'm just, yeah, I'm really intense. I'm like, I don't know, I need a lot of like intellectual stimulation, I need a lot of emotional stimulation. I just really like to be deeply connected to people and really understand people. It's like shallow conversation makes me absolutely bored out of my mind. Um, because I never not care about things. Like I have so many things I care about. Um, and I'm like a really, I don't know, I'm a really deeply loving person as well. Um, yeah, I think my emotional word, like honestly, if you want to put it in one word, intense. Like intense, honestly, the word. I don't know. Yes. I only stream on Mondays and Thursdays. Where at the moment I'm sort of like planning to add another stream to this, where we actually like read some like mental health, psychological, like philosophical book. Um, but I didn't find like a perfect day yet. So yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm a troubled kid. I never made trouble, right? Like I was never, I don't know, expelled from school or stole something or whatever. Um, I always knew the expectations around me and tried to fulfill them as good as I could. So I don't know, like I wasn't like a mean or evil kid or whatever. I was a really, really good kid with in troublesome circumstances. So mm, before therapy, I was really harsh to myself. Yeah, for sure. Like perfectionism is crazy in my family. This feeling of like not being good enough, not being loved. Also not only that, but also like that humiliation is sort of like a natural consequence of you failing is a big topic in my family. Yep. But yeah, now with therapy, I'm thankfully like I don't know, made peace with a bunch of things from back then. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Mm, I don't know if I was ever in detention. I think I was, but I can't remember. What have you learned from my parents' mistakes? Hmm. I was about to say, like, I was looking at the clock and I do need to go grocery shopping still. So, is that your last question? All right. So let me answer your last question then. So my parents have made a bunch of mistakes. Um, okay. So seriously, one of the things which they literally, like, this is, I think, the most important thing actually I learned from their mistakes is that no amount of time is gonna make you, like, just time is not the thing which is gonna make you realize how to have a good life. You can die having a really shitty life. You can die unwise and ignorant and deeply unhappy. And nobody's gonna change that apart from you. And if your fear of change is if you can't overcome your fear of change, then you won't change and your life is gonna stay trash your entire life. Like, you're really the person who needs to decide what I want to go in life and make that happen. Because you can be my parents. Like, my parents exist. And that they exist with what they have done shows that with age only comes wisdom if you are open to change and want to learn. If you want to be ignorant, there's not going to be wisdom with age. I think this is honestly the most important thing I learned from them. You're welcome, Milk. I'm also gonna go. So this is like the mic drop last take from me. Yeah. All right, guys. That's nice. Yet I said I gotta go and I'm still here. I'm gonna do you the honors and I'm gonna go offline now. It was a pleasure, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. So